And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another edition of the HomeStory Cup 24 Group A, day number 2. I'm, of course, your Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by the people in the chat, by the arena, the stadium, the Galactic Rumble that is HomeStory Cup 24, and this is a continuation to yesterday's broadcast. Yesterday, we covered half of Group A, and today we're here to cover the other half as well. I am ready for it, and just to quickly go over some of yesterday's matches, I do recommend checking out the VOD. There are a lot of really good games, a lot of really good series here, as we do quickly head on over. And I think the highlight, so these are yesterday's matches. The highlight for me was definitely DNS versus a laser. It was a sick series, and especially after covering Cyril versus DNS at the start of the day, we saw how DNS was like approaching the matchup and like kind of what he was striving for as well, but Cyril, we saw he was able to just shut him down at almost every turn. And we saw that kind of same style actually come to fruition against a laser and actually work incredibly well. And yeah, DNS, he was able to pop off, taking down a laser. Big win for him, big win. Other highlights, of course, Dolan, Papi Dolan. We saw a lot of Dolan builds last night with mixed success as well. He came so close, for example, game 2 against Cyril with the 1 base all-in. We had his 2 base mech all-in against Harsum, which was unscouted completely. And if only he had adjusted it a little bit, it would have worked, especially on Oceanborn. Like, the Oceanborn game was insane, and I could definitely see that mech all-in working there. I mean, it worked against Nina, and it almost did work against Hearthstone. If only we had some anti-air. The turrets were just a little bit too late. But a big moment there. So yeah, I recommend checking it out. Also, Hearthstone versus Fiant. Fiant able to pop off against Hearthstone and able to force the ace match as well. Really good games from Fiant, and he almost took the series as well, which is surprising. Like, I feel like a lot of people rate Hearthstone quite highly, you know, when it comes to the players amongst the European scene. So for an up-and-comer, for a player that has yet to really prove himself like Fiant, to force the ace match and to almost take the series, good stuff. Good stuff there by Fiant. But that was yesterday's matches, and here today we are here to conclude Group A with the remainder of those series, as we do quickly switch on over, and bam! There we go. Today's matches, we're going to be starting things off with a laser versus Harsum, followed by Cyril versus Harsum as well. So Harsum back to back. We got Dolan versus DNS, Cyril versus a laser, Harsum versus DNS, and Fiant versus Dolan at the end of the night. It's a lot of StarCraft. It is a lot of StarCraft here. 6 matches in total. We're going to be covering the first 3, then we're going to be going on a short break, then we'll be covering the other 3 thereafter as well. So yeah, we do have those matches ahead of us. I did also say before as well, when it comes to the rest of the weekend of StarCraft, DreamHack Atlanta. DreamHack Atlanta is tomorrow. It does start in just over 24 hours. Just over 24 hours tomorrow, 2 a.m. for me, and whatever time for you guys in Europe and in the Americas. It's going to be great. We're going to be there casting as well. I mean, I say we're going to be there. We're going to be live here on this channel casting day 1 of DreamHack Atlanta. So it's going to be a bit of a later start for us tomorrow, but we're probably gonna preserve our strengths. I might stream tomorrow on my personal channel just to, like, you know, get things going. But yeah, DreamHack Atlanta is going to be taking place tomorrow, and I'm still unsure as to some of the details, but for the most part, we are confirmed to cover day number 1. I don't think we're going to be covering day 2 or day 3. You know, the main casters, the mainstream, they got you covered there. We'll just be there for the first day. So yeah, definitely something to look forward to. It's going to be a great weekend of StarCraft. Time to ruin our sleep schedules. Let's go. I guess the biggest problem with it is that I think we're still casting stuff over the weekend, right? I'm just gonna double check. I know KSL is on hiatus, but yeah, we're still gonna be covering Euro Cup. Euro Cup is over the weekend. Sparkling Tuna Cup is over the weekend. So we're still I can't ruin my sleep schedule too much, because we're still going to be casting on Saturday and Sunday as well. So at least it's going to be a little bit lighter, because there's no WTL, no World Team League this weekend, no KSL this weekend. Today's just Total Tussle. We're done for the year. We've already wrapped up the final event of the year for that. So yeah, we're kind of wrapping up 2023 as we near closer and closer to the holidays to Christmas. Yeah, we're gonna try and take some more days off around Christmas time and all that stuff, so we can spend time with our families and enjoy. But until then, let's dive into it. We do have our first best of 3 up before us. It is going to be a Laser versus Hearthstone. Let's go. I am ready for it here. Some of the heavier hitters in the group, in the tournaments, are going to be facing off here before us. Laser, Hearthstone, Serral as well. They're all going to be duking it out. And here we go. Let's dive on in to game number 1. And this morning, in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have the Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Liquid. It is a Laser. And this morning, in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Blue Protoss, representing Shopify Rebellion from the land of the Netherlands. It is Hearthstone. Here we go. Both Laser and Hearthstone have been doing fairly well for themselves. I mean, I say that the loss that a Laser had to DNS is a big one, and because of that, again, these groups are brutal. I believe it's only top 2. Top 2 make it out of each group, so very unforgiving, especially with Serral in the group as well. So Serral, he's poised to make it out first. For those to make it out second, best of luck to everyone involved here. Again, DNS is a wild card that can definitely bring down some players with him, alongside Fiant and Dolan, who of course are crazy, and especially Dolan has crazy builds. Upsets are definitely a possibility. So yeah, this is going to be a very important match here, for both Hearthstone and the Laser, to determine who else makes it out of the group alongside Serral. Here we go. For now, a Laser is going to be going for a Hatch Gas full standard opener from our Red Zerg player. Everything's looking normal as it should. Hearthstone is going to be coming in for a Probe Scout, just confirming this as well. And we know a Laser, he's not really one to cheese, especially in this matchup. He's willing to be aggressive in other matchups, that is true. But against Protoss, a Hatch Gas pool is kind of what we expect to be seeing. We have seen a Laser meme up in the past. If you were here a couple of weeks ago for the House Open Cup number 3, a Laser versus Bapi, a Laser did go 2-base. I think he went 2-base Swarmhost, right? He went 2-base Swarmhost Nidus, and he died horribly. A Laser was trying to meme it up against Bapi, and Bapi shut him down. So yeah, we've seen him like have some fun and clown it up every now and then, but usually it's still off of 2 bases. Usually it's still off of a standard opener, so we'll keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on a Laser. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have Hearthstone just going for a gate expand into the Cyber Core. Standard opener from our Protoss player. Standard opener, but we spoke about this yesterday. If you weren't here for it, Hearthstone is more unique in his playstyle. He has very unique builds that really no one else does. He has certain kind of delayed Twilight Council builds, or delayed, or even, fast third bases as well. He can be hyper greedy. He has his own unique playstyle here, which is also why it's a lot of fun to watch him, just because, you know, no one else really emulates Hearthstone as much. Hearthstone, he just adds these like little adjustments and little variations. Nothing major, but there's these like little variations that do, you know, make him stand out a little bit more. Which is why it's always a treat watching Hearthstone, at least in PvZ. He's a little bit more by the book against Terran and against Protoss. As the probe is going to be zoned away, a Laser can now expand, take his third base freely. First Adept has arrived, but you can see a Laser, he is set up. He's got 1 Queen here at his third base. We have a couple of Lings as well, just to help reinforce, just in case we commit to this Shade. And Hearthstone, he does threaten this Shade, doesn't commit. He's going to still shark around in between the bases, forcing a Laser to just keep his workers here back at home. Meanwhile, a couple of Lings do slip into the natural base, so we're looking for a probe kill. Up! Oh my god. We're looking for a worker. It looks like we don't quite get one yet. These Lings, they should be able to get a scout to the main base, though. As oh my god. Laser. Can you get one? Just barely doesn't get one, and both Lings are going to be shut down as well. A Laser, did we slip into the main? We did not, so we didn't get a free scout. A Laser, a little bit greedy here, who was looking for a probe kill. He valued that over getting a confirmed scout in the main, but at the same time, it's a standard opener, so not the biggest of deals that the Lings got shut down. Just a little bit greedy there from a Laser, as Hearthstone is looking to try to reciprocate that damage. Threatening Shades across the map. Oracle is zooming as well. Second Oracle in production, and again, triple Oracle into a third base is what we expect to be seeing here from Hearthstone. And we'll see how much damage he can get done. So far, 2 Adepts, they do Shade into the main base. They commit this time as the Oracle comes in from behind. Good reaction out of Laser. He does pull back his drones. Adepts are going to be going down, but we still will lose some workers. 3 drones. 3 drones here for 2 Adepts. Pretty even trade here, especially because the Adepts went down. The Oracle, still with a pretty healthy amount of HP, is going to race back home and should be swapping over with some of these other Adepts as we have a second and soon to be a third Adept on the way. Behind this, third base is being taken. A Laser did lose most of his Lings. He's down to only 6 Lings remaining. Is going to counterattack, is going to threaten this third, but with only 6 Lings, we shouldn't really force an overreaction. Like this should be dealt with quite nicely. As the Lings have arrived, they're going straight for the pylon though. The Oracle does make it here in time and should be able to shut this down. There we go, we do force the activation of the Pulsar Beam, we do kill 1 Ling, and the Laser does get the hell out of there. Now Harsum, he does divert his attention towards the third. There are 3 Queens in position, but they have to keep up with the Adepts. Adepts, they will commit to the shade. The Lings, they come out just in time. We got 1 drone. It looks like we can maybe get a second. Wait, we get 2 drones. 2 workers for 2 Adepts. Again, I would say actually a better trade for a Laser here. Trading 1 for 1, minimizing losses, maintains his economy. Not a bad start here for our Zerg player, and Harsum has been bleeding out a lot of Adepts. Behind this, we have Robo Twilight Council alongside a Forge as well. It was a slightly delayed Twilight Council as we have seen in the past, but this should be for Blink and +1. Never mind, we're going for Charge instead, and we should be taking up even further from here into Archons. Okay, so Harsum going to be a little bit more aggressive. He's going to be looking for a timing. Basically, there's going to be a window. When Charge +1 and the Archons arrive, there's going to be a big power spike moment here for Harsum. On 3 bases, he can push out. It's going to be on the Laser to prepare in time. I love this as well. Harsum, he's pushing out with a handful of Stalkers. This screams Blink Stalkers. This screams +1 Blink, because otherwise you wouldn't be aggressive with this. Blink wouldn't be done by now, but you would be assertive with your Stalkers, you have your Oracles to support, and eventually you keep the pressure up and you reinforce, and then you rock up with Blink Stalkers as well. So I love that Harsum, he's kind of selling a story here. Behind this, a Laser's double expanding. He's getting a 4th and a 5th base. Droning up, getting up to 3 base saturation. He's going for Ling Bane. No, it does have a Roach Warren, thankfully. Lair is still in production for that Roach speed. Double Oracle once again threatening that natural base. Good reaction out of the Laser. Does pull back in time. Oh, God, no! Does pull back in time, but the transferring drones, they get caught out. 3 workers go down. Nice weakness here from Harsum. Finally, some damage without losing Adepts. And there's that Temple Archive. So again, we're still waiting for this to kick in. As I say that, Charge and +1 are finishing now, and Harsum is pushing with it. Okay, bold move here. Instead of biding his time and waiting for those Archons, we're pushing here and now. And is a Laser ready for this? We have 29 Lings, 0 Roaches. Decent surround on some of these Zealots, but the Lings are being cleaned up. Lings are being shut down. We try to dive on some of these reinforcements as well. Not bad pickups here from a Laser. He's buying time for Roaches, essentially. He does need to buy time. The Queens are doing what they can. We do have Transfuse. Up. Oh, we do barely keep the Queens alive a little bit longer, but Queens are going down. Yeah, 1 Queen does pull a 2nd Queen as well, but we do clean up the Zealots, and now Roaches are arriving. This is still very close here as the Lings, they try to come in for a surround, but the Laser does hold. Again, that was a scary moment for a Laser, but he was able to buy enough time for his Roach reinforcements. Now he's safe and sound. He has a 4th and a 5th base. He's droned up to 80 at this point. Ooh, a little bit greedy here from our Laser, and he's gotten away with it. He has gotten away with the greed. Rock's gonna be knocked down. We have a double Oracle here towards the south. No Spore. No Spore! No Spore in position. Drones are gonna be going down here. 5 workers. Ay, ay, ay. And the Oracles, they will barely make it out as well. At the same time, Zealots, they do get warped into the main base. Lings are quite in position. I appreciate the whole position here on these drones. Keeping the Queen alive. Disrupting the AI. Forcing back Harsum. But that's still 6 workers going down. And now we have that next power spike. With Archons, with soon-to-be Storm as well. Storm still in production. The Immortal count getting higher and higher. I would say the Laser's in a better position at this point, but does have to be wary here as he's going for his own counterattack. Like, this is a pretty terrifying army that he's going to be running into. And he's still droning up, still waiting for his upgrades to finish up as well. Harsum does have eyes on the Roach Ravager. And he's just going to be chilling here, expanding, taking a 4th base. So the game is going to be settling from here. Something that I'm concerned about as the game does settle. A laser, he's maxed out, you know, he's got a good worker count, he's refining his army with Lingbane Road Ravager. This infestation bit is late. There's a late pit here from a laser, which means a late hive, which means late hive tech. Whether it would have been lurkers or ultras or a greater spire, this is delayed for a laser. A couple of workers go down here at the triangular third. We see a laser trying to go for a counterattack at the same time, but we are in position. Harsum is going to be able to force us back. And for the time being, a laser doubling down on Lingbane Road Ravager. The problem with this army is that this army needs to trade. We need to be active. We need to move out sooner rather than later. But as he's getting ready to push out, Harsum is getting ready for his own counterattacks. We have Zealots here towards the south, Zealots towards the north. Main armies are going to be engaging. Storm is done already. I do think the laser has been resting on his laurels a little bit here. He's been maxed out for quite some time. And here come those Zealots. The Prism into the main is going to be deflected. Zealots, they rock up. That's a lot of Spines. But the Spine Cooler is not ready here towards the south. And the Ling reinforcements have to reroute here towards the southern bases. And the Natural as well. These Zealots are going to be cleaned up, but it is buying Harsum time. It's buying him time to get even more Immortals and Archons. His Death Ball of an army is becoming more and more terrifying. How many Immortals do we have? We have 4, soon to be 5 Immortals. We have 6, soon to be 7 Archons as well. We have plenty of High Templar, plenty of Storm. This army, when it does push, it's going to be terrifying. And if a laser is still stuck on Lingbane Road Ravager, Harsum, he can snowball out of control. Like, now we have the Hive on the way. Now we have the Spire on the way. Again, this tech is late. It's delayed. And the laser's being outscaled. Big storms here on the Bailings. Now, there's still a world. If a laser can get us around, like, that's the... Oh, god. If he can get us around, he can clean up this army. But here we go. Big warp in into the main base. Good positioning here from a laser, though. Yeah, he does force back these Zealots, but his army turns back around, which means Harsum, he's got more time. No, miss rally. Immortal goes down. It's actually pretty huge. Losing an Immortal for free, essentially. We have 3-3 on the way. Oh, looks like we had a bit of a pause here. Thankfully, everything's okay. Did have a bit of a pause. The laser going for his own Ling counterattack. The cannons and shield batteries finishing up. A little bit too late, actually. The laser will get here. At the same time, pushing towards his house. He runs into the main army. Oh, the Bailings, they do take down 2 Archons, but that was a lot of Bailings. Shield batteries and cannons get cleaned up, but we have a recall. Looks like we'll get here in time. At the same time, a laser's trying to pull apart Harsum. He gets another couple of Archons. Big pickups. That's 4 Archons going down, and Immortal as well. A bit of a blundered recall from Harsum. The Lings, they stuck around. They shut down the army. Really good moment here for a laser. And this is what he needed. He needed to stifle this army before it got out of hand, and he did well for himself. He killed 2 Immortals, 6 Archons. Didn't touch the High Templar yet, but that's going to be up next. That is the next target here for a laser. Try and dive on top of this army and deal with those High Templar. Greater Spires on the way. Still a little bit delayed. On the way. Harsum pushing through the center here. Again, a laser looking for that surround. And Bailey's going to be rolling on in. We do force out some storms. At the same time, big Ling cannon attack. We get into the mineral line. Probes are going down, but we are forcing our way up into the natural. These Baileys, they may just be done too late. We still have so many storms available. Up. But the Baileys, they crash in and they take down the High Templar. We get a full surround. We clean up this army. We needed that surround, and things were looking close, but Laser, he bought his time. He cleans up the army. 18 workers go down across the map as well. Harsum, he loses his army, he loses his economy. GG gets called, and a Laser takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A Laser taking that first game. Things looking a little bit scary for him initially, but it was so important that Laser suddenly became very active. The moment when we saw the recall, right? That was the moment where Archons were going down, Immortals were being picked off. He just picked Harsum apart. His push was still terrifying, but a Laser, he was so patient. He was so patient, just kiting back towards his natural base, luring the army closer into the creep in between the bases. The banelings finished up, we got the full surround. That's exactly what a laser needed. It was a little bit risky because he was counterattacking at the same time with all those lings, but despite that, he was able to, again, bring it all together, get the surround, shut Hearthstone down. GG. GG. Very well done. Despite the shaky start, Lazy pulled it back in the end, and with that, he's going to be leading this series as we get into game number 2. Just catching up. Is this a replay? Yes. So to reiterate, this is a continuation to last night's broadcast. We are going to be going over the group stage of HomeStory Cup here on this channel. We missed out on the playoff brackets. Sorry, I should say we're not going to be covering the playoff bracket, which is day 3 of HomeStory Cup, but we will be going over day 1 and day 2. Day 1 and day 2 here in the lead up to DreamHack Atlanta. DreamHack Atlanta is tomorrow. We're going to be casting it live on this channel, at least day 1 of DreamHack Atlanta. And because a lot of events are on hiatus because of DreamHack, because so many players are traveling, that's why there are no live casts going on over the next couple of days. Next week as well. That's why we have a couple of free days to go over some of the replays that we missed. To go over HomeStory Cup. So, here we go. We're now getting into game number 2. I like that somebody's casting all games that I've missed. Yeah, I mean, old games, they're, you know, it's like 2 weeks old. These events happened 2 weeks ago, so not that old, but yeah. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione. We have the Polish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Liquid. It is a laser. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Hearthstone. Again, that was a very committed style out of Hearthstone. We were pointing out the fact that he was, of course, hitting his first charge timing, and then his later Archon Storm timing as well. Very aggressive style in game 1 with Hearthstone, but Laser, he was able to barely hold on each and every time. The defense against the +1 charge was quite close, but he was able to buy time for his roaches, and oh my god, it's time for a laser to be the aggressor. Let's go. Does mine through these mineral patches, and he's going hatch first here at the goal base location. A laser has been very fond of taking this goal base, not just in ZVP. We've also seen a laser do this in ZVZ as well. It is something that you do have available to you here on this map on Alkione. We'll see if we can get away with it. We have seen some players be punished quite hard. Recently, this past week, these past 2 weeks of StarCraft, Dark has been very fond of taking this goal base on the other side, on this side instead, just because it's a little bit easier to defend when it comes to your reinforcements from your main base, because it's on, you know, the same side of the map as your main, and you can also use it as a launch pad to spread creep across the map and to go for an all-in. So yeah, it's kind of a newer variation of hatch first for the goal base that Dark has been going for. A laser going for the more traditional way, just going for it here on the right hand side, and it's going to be on Hearthstone to figure out what's going on. He will take control of the Zonaga, but I believe that will not cover the gold, but he's checking. Hey. Goes for the Zonaga, checks the goal base location. He does get eyes immediately on that hatchery. He sees, he knows. And how will a Hearthstone respond? And how will a laser react as well? Something that we have seen from Dark is that he does prioritize spine crawlers. He does prioritize the spine crawler here to defend against the depths, and he gets 2 queens out as well to deal with the Oracle, alongside Lings on the ground. But we'll see how a laser does respond. For now, gonna be a hatch gas pull from a laser. Likewise, we have a gate expand into the Cybercore into a Stargate opener, just like the previous game for Hearthstone. Standard opener from Hearthstone. Everything is looking standard. The Adept has arrived. Rock's still not quite knocked down, so this Adept can actually clean up some of these Lings. Yeah, the first Ling goes down. Oh. And they go for those drones. Good reaction out of the laser. Does pull back in time. Up. Still loses one of those drones, though. Not a bad start for Hearthstone. Meanwhile, Hearthstone, he responds by taking his own gold. I love it. Let's go. Going for the goal base as well as the third. A very risky maneuver here. Very fast third, actually. Very fast third base. This is crazy. This is what he's done before. This is a third base before the first Oracle comes out. It's like first Oracle is halfway done and we're already halfway through our third. This is wild. So instead of trying to punish this gold, Hearthstone, he's just getting into his own greed instead. Very brave. Very brave maneuver here from Hearthstone. We'll see if we can get away with it. As Lings have arrived, they're checking for the third base. Oracle's moving out. What are the chances that a laser checks though, right? Like this could go by unnoticed. As the Oracle does dive into that goal base, we focus on 3 drones already. Yeah, the Queens, they were a little bit out of position. They were spreading creep instead. So good pick off there by Hearthstone. Lings, they will... Oh, they check! Oh my god. Lings will check the goal base. They do get eyes on the would-be shield battery on the Nexus. Now, with this gold from the Zerg player, this usually leads into an all-in. We do have a fast Roach Warren on the way, so this is going to be a Ling Roach all-in from a laser. He's going to be whirling Queens across the map as well. Hyper aggression from our Zerg player. I'm going to be very impressed if Hearthstone can actually defend this base. It's also possible that maybe he's going to try to force attention drawn to this gold and he retreats to his natural instead. Like, we have some options. Curious. As the Oracles, they dive back in. They get another drone kill. Lings are going to be going for a counterattack here. Just keeping an eye and eventually going to try to punish this gold. With a shield battery and an overcharge, we should be okay. With good SimCity as well, this area is very congested. Very difficult for these Lings to actually get a good surface area. As more shield batteries are on the way, more cannons as well. The Queens, they're waddling in. Here comes the all-in. The all-in is upon us. So far, Hearthstone going to try to hold on here. Roaches and Lings from one side. Oh, we do rally in though. If we do lose, what was that, 2 Roaches? Big pickoffs. Laser having an awkward time engaging. Having a very awkward time as the rocks are being knocked down. The laser still just trying to work his way towards this, but like we have 4 shield batteries. We're so heavily fortified at this point. With 4 shield batteries, we don't have blink. Bear that in mind. The Biles. Oh, they take down the Stalker. They almost take down one of those shield batteries as well. We have the overcharge. And the Stalkers, they are standing strong within range of so much stack defense. And Hearthstone, he is going to be holding for now. He's going to be holding. A laser rotates around, waiting for that overcharge to run out. Laser still doubling down on Ling Roach Ravager. Trying to go for a counterattack. We have a shield battery back at home, which we should be safe and sound. Stalkers, they do rotate over. Blink is done. And the Stalkers, they pulled out of position. We take down 1 shield battery. We should be taking down another as well. But these Ravagers are so exposed. A Ravager does fall. Lings, they come in from behind as well. The Oracles, they're going ham on the Lings. The Vials, they threaten some of these shield batteries, and it looks like we should be able to barely break through. Yeah, Stalkers are going down. Nice hold position here in the mineral line, killing a lot of probes. Oh my god. Stalkers are on the way. The Ling count is being thinned out. Without Lings, we can dive on top of this army. Here we go. More Ling reinforcements have arrived. 14 dead workers. But a laser, he is still so very all-in behind this. Remember, he doesn't have an economy. He has to end the game here and now, not just kill the base. Final shield battery is going to be falling. Nice blinks here from Hearthstone. Does pull back into the mineral line. Oracles are being focused down, but we're still running out of Lings. Oh god. We take down the final shield battery here at the 3rd. But the Stalker army still looking strong. Up. Say that, a couple Stalkers are going down. The Vials. They connect with the pylon. Hearthstone still survives here, still with some saturation at this gold, which is impressive. This entire time, Hearthstone has still been making workers. Now rebuilding his shield batteries. There's still 1 shield battery behind this as well. Okay, the side. We have 16 Stalkers to 20 Lings, a bit of Roach Ravager as well. Again, some of these attacks from a laser have been a little bit disjointed. Here we go. We're forcing our way up the ramp. Trying to get on top of this army. The shield battery, once again, the overcharge is going to be kept going. The pile's missing? Wait, no shot. The shield battery keeps the pylon alive. The retarding on the pylon survives. The Lings are being cleaned up as well. Finally, we take down the pylon, but we have a backup pylon. Everything's still powered. We have another Oracle coming out as well. And we dive on top of the Ravagers. We clean them up. The base finally falls, but it wasn't worth it. No, back. It was not worth it. Hearthstone blinks on forward, shuts down the Ravagers, shuts down the Queens as well. And Hearthstone, he's got 63 probes. What's insane to me is that this entire time, GG, by the way, GG gets called. Hearthstone ties it up 1-1. That entire defense, the entire time Hearthstone was holding, he was non-stop making probes. That was the crazy thing. So even though every now and then he was losing like 10 or 7 to 14 probes at a time, he would just constantly maintain his economy, maintain his stalkers as well. We saw that a laser was hyper-fixated on shutting down shield batteries and pylons, but the stalkers, they persisted. Ay. GG. GG, well played. Hearthstone ties it up 1-1. Again, a very unique kind of response to seeing the goal base, seeing essentially a 2-base all-in or 2.5 base all-in from the Zerg player and responding by taking your own gold base and kind of meeting their aggression with just in the face, really. I was really concerned because on paper, it means that the rush distance by ground is that much shorter, so it doesn't take as long for a laser to get there and lay siege upon that base. You could argue that maybe a laser, maybe he was a little bit indecisive. Remember, for a long time, a lot of Lings were distracted elsewhere. Maybe we pushed in a little bit too soon, and we were bleeding out a lot of Roaches and Ravagers throughout that entire fight just because we were lacking Lings to reinforce. That was a lot that went into that. That was that was wild. GG. GG, well played. Meanwhile, big shout out to 4 Idiots in a Bunker. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session, I'm assuming. Hope you had a great time. Welcome. For those that are tuning in, this is a replay broadcast of the HomeStory Cup group stage. We are covering Group A. Group A of HomeStory Cup. We covered half of it last night and the other half tonight, as we're getting into the ace match. We're getting into game number 3. But yeah, that was such an interesting response and reaction from Hearthstone, like, to deal with that. And I guess because of the excess minerals that he had, he was taking towards charge, but he was hyperfixated on stalker production. But with all his excess minerals, he was throwing down pylons, constant shield batteries as well, always had so many of them up and running, and they more than paid for themselves. GG, well played. But now we're getting into game 3, into the ace match, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Hecate, we have the blue Zerg player from the land of Poland representing Team Liquid. It is a laser. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Hearthstone. I'm assuming 4 Idiots in a Bunker is like a group channel. Is that right? That sounds right. Like 4 friends playing together, maybe? I don't know. Regardless, hope you had a good time. Hope you had a good time. Behind this, hatch gas pool, standard open out of a laser. This time there's no gold base to tempt a laser into taking it. Likewise, no gold for a Hearthstone's sake either. There's like half a gold base here, but we've seen it once where a Protoss player rushes into this base as a ninja base. It was wild. It was like a couple of weeks ago. It was in a PvP. But again, that's like that's more of the exception, not the norm. And really, outside of that, we haven't really seen anyone try to rush into these bases. Not really worth it. Again, there are some gold mineral patches, yes, but not enough to really justify rushing into this early on, as it is so exposed and so out of the way. So for now, gate expand into the Cyber Core. Should be getting into a Stargate opener from Hearthstone, but what comes after that Stargate is what I am interested in. Once again, standard opener from a laser as well. Probe Scout is coming in just to confirm what exactly is going on. And yeah, that my mind is still wrapping its head around Alcyone, and just Harsum's response is beautiful. I loved it. I wish we could see more of that. As we should be getting into a more normal game. Now, as we load into Hecate, the style that Harsum had on side Delta, I don't think is going to be as applicable here. If you remember, he was kind of going for these certain timing attacks, going for +1 in charge, then followed by Archons, and of course Storm with that kind of death ball of a robo-based army. Yeah, just because of one, how wide and how large Hecate is, but also because of how many choke points there are, it does make it a little bit more difficult to be the aggressor. So I imagine Harsum is going to be going for a different kind of style. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes Blink Stalker instead, but we'll see. Harsum, he's also not one to shy away from rushing into Skytoss and rushing into a Fleet Beacon. Would this be a map to do it on? I wouldn't be opposed to it on Alcyone if we had a normal game there. On Hecate, potentially. You know, I'm all for it. Gibbs, man, Gibbs. So now the Adept is going to be threatening a shade here towards these mineral lines. So far, Laser waiting for any kind of aggression. He's just getting up into his queen counts, splitting up his queens, getting his lings up and running as well. Well, we do deny one of those tumors. Not a bad pickoff here for Harsum, only losing shields, as he's now getting into his Oracle Harass. Lings are in position, and Harsum, he is going to turn back around to deal with this, just to get eyes on those Lings, to make sure his third base isn't delayed for too much longer. There it is, the third is now taken. So we should soon be seeing the tech here from Harsum. There is going to be a Twilight Council on the way. I did mention before that we have seen Harsum go for an earlier Twilight Council into a delayed Forge. This usually would scream Glaive Adepts, but I think Harsum is just going to be going for a delayed Forge instead and going for Blink Stalkers. That's something that we have seen from Harsum in the past. I remember like calling Glaives and then Harsum just never went for it. And that's happened multiple times. Like, oh, okay. But we'll see. We'll see what he goes for. Meanwhile, the Oracles, they dive into the third base. They do get a couple of drone kills. They get 2 for now. And back at him. Yep, there it is. There is Blink. So this is very unique to Harsum. This is why at the start of the series I mentioned that Harsum, he usually has his own like variations or his own flair to some of his builds and playstyles. As the Adepts, they're going to be committing. Queen's a bit out of position. The Lynx as well. Drones are going to be going down. Ay, ay, ay. 5, 6 workers here, soon to be 7. Just barely, but 6 drones is still a good trade for Harsum. Probably the best kind of harassment he's had so far in this series. Usually been trading 2 for 2 or 2 for 3. But very nicely done. But yeah, this is very unique to Harsum. Where he just goes for a delayed Forge instead, for delayed +1. He will still be working towards it. This otherwise would look like a 3-base, like 8-gate Blink all-in. But I'm pretty sure we're still just going to be getting into it just a little bit delayed. And again, I like put focus on this just because Harsum's like the only player that does this. He's oh my god, and okay, we're not going for a Forge and +1, we're going for a Fleet Beacon. We are rushing into Skytoss. Okay, so I mentioned Skytoss earlier on, and I was expecting like more of a Fleet Beacon after like Void Ray opener, but no, this is very different. I kind of like this because in a way this is a little bit inefficient. Like it is a little bit of a delayed rush into Skytoss, but these Blink Stalkers, they're going to be throwing a laser off essentially. They're kind of leading him into a different kind of direction and making it look like Harsum's playing normal and playing standard when it's anything but. So mind games essentially. I'm loving the mind games here from Harsum. As the Stalkers are going to be rotating over towards the left-hand side, they do catch some of these Queens. Big pickoffs. A laser cutting Lings gets punished for it. 3 Queens going to be going down. The Oracle's here to support. We can go to town on these Lings. But we force a recall, a big overextension, and what are the trades going to be looking like? We left some behind. It's going to be 6 Stalkers for 3 Queens and 3 drones. Not the best trade. That's 6. That's a pretty hefty amount of Stalkers. And now that triggers a big counterattack. Uh-oh. The Lings, they have arrived. There's not much to defend back at home. Gateway's going to be going down. Laser is going to be forced back. Behind this, Carrier production has commenced. Interesting that we're going Carrier and not Tempest. We have seen a little bit more popular to go into Tempest first just because of how much value they can gain. Said Harsum, you know, El Captain. Or Captain, my Captain, going for carriers instead. Do appreciate it nonetheless. As a laser, he's doubling down on Ling Bane. Looking at the tech, he did throw down a Roach one, and yeah, Roach speed is in production as well. But for now, hyperfixated on Lings. Ooh, we could potentially dive on this actually, but a laser, he does respect Harsum's position, does back off. Oracle coming in from the left-hand side, just getting an eye on the saturation. A laser is getting up to 80 workers without too much issue. He's getting away with a solid economy. Infestation bit's on the way. This time a much faster infestation bit. I do appreciate this. After seeing the 4th base, he's teching. This is something that was very late on Site Delta, if you remember. This is one of the things that I was really concerned about, is the late hive from a laser in game 1. But here, everything is on time and on point. But he's still unaware he has to get ready for some Sky Toss. Ooh, meanwhile, the Oracle comes across a naked mineral line. Ay. Well, we're out of energy, no. If only we had a little bit more energy, but regardless, 5 drones for nothing. Very nice pickoffs. This could have been worse. This could have been an entirely dead mineral line if we only had a little bit more energy. But regardless, good damage done nonetheless. Meanwhile, Harsum back at home, he's just fortifying himself. He's turtling on up. We have +1 on the way. Storm, charge as well. So we're not committing to pure Sky Toss. We have carriers, yes, but this is going to be more of a supportive... it's kind of weird. It looks like more of a supportive unit because we don't have a 3rd Stargate. We are still focusing on a ground-based army composition here to support. I would have expected a 3rd Stargate at this point. So yeah, it's interesting. Definitely interesting here from Harsum. We have a Spire on the way. Getting up to 4 carriers. But yeah, we're still focused on the ground army. So what's interesting about this composition here, now we have seen a lot of the Koreans like Hero, Classic, even Nightmare as well. They have a build where they go Void Ray Opener into Fast Tempest or Carriers, and they only reveal 4 of those Sky Toss units, and then they go for a hard switch into Ground Toss, and they hope that the Zerg player overreacts and over-responds to the Sky Toss. That's kind of what this looks like, just because we only have a handful of Carriers, but we haven't revealed the Carriers, so it's like, yeah, it's interesting. As a laser is going to be threatening a counterattack. And the carriers have been revealed as well. Oh my god, massive storms. No Bailing speed, by the way. The Bailings, they try to waddle out of the storms, but they're too slow. A big fight in favor of Harsum. Does clean up a lot of that army. That was 13 Bailings going down, and 16 Lings, 3 Roaches as well. And the carriers have been revealed, but we already had a Spire and Corruptors are in production. And again, the carrier count isn't too high, so reactive Corruptors like this isn't too bad here for our Zerg player. When I say that, I think we're hitting the 6 carrier count. We're hitting like critical mass of carriers. 6 carriers is pretty intimidating, don't get me wrong. As we are just now getting up to that count. Bearing in mind that the lasers Corruptors will be 0-0. 0-0 Corruptors here against the 1-0 carriers. But again, hyperfixated here on just Archon, Stalkers, Charge, Lot Storm. We can see a laser reacting heavily here to this. We have 18 spores on the way. That's a lot of spores. That's a good way to spend our minerals, I guess. Just creating these staging grounds to deal with the carriers. Spores, very important when it comes to dealing with Sky Toss. To add to that anti-air. Corruptors are still on the way. Here we go. Harsum going to be pushing on the left-hand side. Going to be threatening a dive. Does pull back. Now, the goal here for our laser is to refine his army. He still has a lot of roaches. We want to get rid of these roaches, replace them with spellcasters, vipers, or infestors, whichever you do prefer. Getting into more corruptors, getting into broodlords as well, or even ultras. So far, we do deny the 5th. Do deny it. Yeah, we dive on top of the carrier. 1 carrier already goes down. Oh my god, the positioning here is really awkward for Harsum, losing 2 carriers already. And I mentioned before that a bit of an awkward composition here and a bit of an awkward engagement as well from Harsum. 2 carriers instantly going down. We're down to 4. At the same time, looks like we get a Zealot Warping into the main base. This will be distracting a laser. Lings are racing back home. Void Ray goes down. The Roaches, they're putting in some work here on the Archons. Good transfuses on these Queens. Carriers, though, they are breaking through. Big storm here on the army as well. A laser still a little bit too distracted here back at home, but now he turns back around. We have reinforcing Corruptors. One carrier goes down to the Spores. We're down to 3. Down to 3 carriers remaining. And behind this, we're reinforcing with Roaches. There we go. Down to 2 carriers. We recall them back home. 1 carrier left. And we shut them down. And with that, a laser again, not neglecting his ground army. Thankfully. And Harsum's in a really rough position. His army's a little bit disjointed. Like, he's got a couple of storms available, which is nice, but there's no, like, backbone to this army. The backbone was supposed to be the carrier, but it takes so long to replace them, so long to rebuild, and Harsum doesn't have the best economy. His 5th base is denied once again. Like, there's no Immortals behind this, no Disruptors, no Colossus, no mass amount of Sky Toss. So his army is just very fragile here, and we can't push out. Harsum is stuck at home. He is stuck at home. Now he's trying to build up his Immortal count, but I think he only has 1 Robo. Yeah, only a single Robo, only making 1 Immortal at a time. Behind this, the Zealot counterattacks are distracting his opponent. Got Zealots on the left and right-hand side. Main army pushing out to, I imagine, spread deny creep. We shouldn't be committing. The Prism is going to be shut down. We're getting some drone kills, which is nice. And Harsum is maxing out. But what's really important here, or I say maxing out, he's, you know, on the road to recovery. But he needs a 5th. He needs a space to get up and running. And a laser is the first to reach that 200 supply mark once again. And his goal should be to deny this base. Either deny the 5th or take down this southern base. And it looks like he is going to be rotating over here towards the south. You just keep the economy of Harsum in check. And where are we going? Oh, go straight for the natural. Oh my god. We go straight for the natural instead. Oh my god, straight for the tech. Cybercore is going to be depowered. +2 is denied. The Bailings. There's no escape. The probes go down. And this is a good use of these Roaches. At the same time, a big link counterattack here at the 5th base. Harsum's being pulled apart. He doesn't have the supply to defend both locations at once. That is 33 probes going down. We mentioned before that we want to get rid of these Roaches, so this is a good, efficient way to trade them out. The 5th base has been killed. And as we lose these Roaches, we should be replacing them with Broodlords. Lings are on the way. Greater Spire is done, working on +1 Carapace, or +1 Air Flyer Carapace. And there it is. Broodlords are on the way. So Alay's just refining his army and staying on top of the economy of Harsum. And again, a lot of this is because Harsum lost so much momentum in this series, or in this game. And the Broodlords, they have arrived just in time for the push. At the same time, another link counterattack into the natural. Harsum at this way, he's all in. He's 100% all in. One way or another, the game will end. Either he kills a laser or he dies trying. How many carriers? We up to 6 carriers once again, a pretty hefty amount. A good carrier count, but we don't have much to protect them. The High Templar, they're so exposed. Oh, 1 High Templar goes down. A 2nd High Templar as well. Can we get a 3rd? Oh my god. And as the High Templar was zoned away, the Corruptors move in. They take down 1 of the carriers. They take down a 2nd carrier as well. And now we can commit. We commit with everything we have. We're down to 3 carriers remaining. The High Templar have been reset. No more storms. We have 3 Archons, 1 Immortal left. Meanwhile, the Natural's dead. We're killing the main. The Lings are going ham. And we have plenty to deal with. What else is left? What little is left of Harsum. GG gets called, and a laser will take the series 2-1, taking down Harsum. GG. GG, well played. That was an interesting play style from Harsum, an interesting build. On the surface, I appreciated the mind games. If you remember, winding it back, it was a Stargate opener, Oracle into a 3rd base, a standard opener, into Blink Stalkers without a Forge, into Skytoss, right? Into the Fleet Beacon. Now, the downside here is that because we're investing so much gas into these Stalkers, it does delay carrier production. It does delay like your ability to hit that like strong like 4 to 6 carrier timing. And on top of that, when Hearthstone did move out with his Stalkers, remember he lost 6 of them. He lost like half his Stalkers when he pushed out, which meant that he lost a lot of his harassing power, so he was stuck at home. He was immediately just stuck at home. Investing into those Blink Stalkers wasn't really worth it in the end, and because he invested into those Blink Stalkers, it wasn't just that they didn't do enough damage across the map, but also it delayed the carriers as well. So by the time Hearthstone got up to 6 carriers, Alazer was already maxed out. He was already maxed out, he was already on Hearthstone's side of the map as well, so he had plenty of time to react. It just took a little bit too long for Hearthstone to really get into the swing of things, specifically with this build of choice. I do think that it's heavily reliant on keeping those initial Stalkers alive to harass, to trade, and to keep your opponent busy, and hopefully force them to, like, you know, commit harder here to Stalkers, and you're able to get away with all those carriers and get away with a faster 4th base and a faster 5th base. It feels like a lot rides on the shoulders of those first Stalkers, and it just wasn't enough. It just was not ideal. It got shut down, and yeah, from there, Alazer was in full control. GG. GG, well played. A big shout out to Hearthstone nonetheless. He did force the ace match, which I do appreciate. Did force a game 3. And with that, we are getting ready for our next series. Getting ready for our next best of 3. It is going to be Serral versus Hearthstone. Oh my god. No break for Hearthstone. Back to back, Bobby. Back to back. Let's go. Let us go. As we do get into this. Game 1 going to be on Alcyone. Vámonos. Vámonos. Yeah, upgrades for Ultras would have been great here. Yeah, I don't think Ultras would have been a bad decision for Alazer. I think no decision would have been bad there, essentially, just because Alazer was in such a commanding position. Could have gone for either or, whether it was Ultras or Broodlords or Lurkers. Lurkers would have been a more awkward transition, to be fair, but could have done whatever he wanted. And here we go. We're getting into game number 3. Game number 1 of this best of 3, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our red Protoss player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Hearthstone. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Finnish Zerg player, the favorite in this group. It is representing Team Basilisk. It is Serral. Back to back here, Hearthstone having some pretty powerful opponents that he has to try to bring down. We'll see if he can have a bit of better luck against Serral. We'll see if he has a different approach. This time, Serral will not, or our Zerg player isn't going to be rushing into the gold. Again, that is something that is very, I don't want to say unique to Alazer, but Alazer is very fond of it. He's very fond of rushing into the gold in a lot of matchups. Serral just playing this out normal, playing it out standard. This is going to be a hatch gas pool standard opener out of our blue Zerg. Meanwhile, back at home, Hearthstone getting into his own opener as well. When it comes to rushing into Skytoss, I mentioned it in the previous series, but I wouldn't be opposed to doing something like that on a map like Alcyone. This is a map that is known for its more turtle play. You can get your 3rd base and your 4th base up and running without too much issue. Even your 5th base as well, whether it's the gold or whether it's this linear 5th. You can just fortify yourself quite heavily here and, you know, force a late game as well. With the long rushes by ground on top of that. We have seen a lot of split map scenarios on Alcyone. So we'll see how Hearthstone approaches this game. Last time he was here, he did rush into this gold base, but that was also in reaction to Alazer rushing into the gold as well. So I doubt that'll happen this time. But we'll see. For now, standard opener out of Serral. Getting to his link speed, pulling out a gas immediately. Very crisp here from Serral, just working on that 100 gas, then taking his 3rd base. The probe of Hearthstone has arrived, is here to try and delay it, and it looks like we will delay it for a couple of seconds. Nicely done here by Harson, being as annoying as possible. The Lings have to come back. They did miss the probe. And we will eventually deal with this and... oh my god. Eventually take our third base. It is going to be a little bit delayed. And Cyril he has to bring out another drone. Take the linear third instead. Oh, we almost do get that drone. But it does morph into that gas geyser just in time. So a nice little disruption here from Harson. Very nicely done. Unfortunately, Harson, he hasn't seen the linear third. So he's going to try to wait out this drone. And try to shut it down, but oh, he does miss it, and the drone does escape. Oh my god. Harson, he's on the hunt. He's looking for it. He's checking the goal base. But alas, the drone is going to be hiding here towards the top right. So nice moves out of Cyril. Harson does barely miss it. Behind this, Stargate opener, not into an Oracle. Stargate into Void Ray. Let's go. Void Ray is on the way. So this Void Ray, its job here, its goal is to shut down these Overlords, to keep Cyril in the dark. And behind this, we can go into a couple of different directions. We can go for a Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts. We can go for a fast Fleet Beacon into Sky Toss. Or we can just get into a normal standard game. So we'll see what direction Harson does take us in. As the Void Ray, he does see this Overlord. He's going to keep it. He's going to leave it alone. And his goal here is to try to catch some of these other Overlords that are a little bit more exposed. And get some additional secure damage. Meanwhile, Lings, they do go for a big counterattack. They do come across the third base. Well, the Oracle is in position. We will save it. There we go. An Overlord has been found. So basically, the rationale behind leaving this Overlord alive is because if the Void Ray did attack this Overlord first, then that would ping, and that would tell Cyril, oh, it's a Void Ray opener. And then he pulls back with all these Overlords. Then he pulls back, then he saves them all. Because the Void Ray ignores this first Overlord, gets across the map, we get 2 secure kills, 2 additional Overlord kills that you otherwise would not get. So nicely done here. 2 Overlords go down, we recall back home, and we can now clean up the 3rd Overlord. So 3 Overlords already, that's pretty good value for this Void Ray. We're coming in for a scout, and we should deny it. There it is, Twilight Council's on the way. Because it's Hearthstone, if it was anyone else, I would say Glaive Adepts. Because it's Hearthstone, I would assume this is, oh, I was going to say Blink. It's going to be Charge. Very interesting. Okay. Charge in production. Delayed Forge. Delayed +1. Interesting. Oracles, they get across the map. They try to threaten this 3rd base. They don't get much done, though. As the Oracles, they do get the hell out of there. And the 4th is soon to be taken. But yeah, this looks pretty committed. The reason why I say this looks very committed is because there's no Forge. Because of the non-existent or delayed Forge, that means no upgrades, no +1, no +2, no +3, right? It's like, because that looks like we want to hit a much earlier timing instead of looking for a later game and relying on upgrades to have a little bit more longevity here. Void Ray has arrived. Looks like, can we force a cancel? Up! Can we force a cancel? We go for the Queens instead. The Oracles, they dive in. It looks like one of the Queens is going to go down. Nice pickup here from Hearthstone. But it looks like the base will survive at the same time. So he threatens a Link counterattack. Ooh, Void Ray goes down. A big overextension from Hearthstone. Ay, ay, ay. But again, behind this, Hearthstone, he is going to be finishing up Charge. Temple Archives is done for those Archons. Prism is on the way. And we're going to be pushing here with Charge Lost Archon. A very crisp timing. This is designed to catch a Zerg player being a little bit too greedy. And here we go. This can also kill a Zerg if they did drone up too much. If they didn't make any roaches, then you know what? I don't see any roaches. Link's going to be going down. We're diving on top of the Queens as well. The roaches, they come out just in time, but it may just be too late. They get surrounded. Roaches are falling. No Archons, unfortunately. The Prism is still on the way. Good SimCity here by Cyril. Kiting back. Well, these cells are getting a lot done already. They still need more. Ideally, they want to get into a mineral line. They take down another roach. This Warp Prism is late. Like, ideally, you want to hit with these roaches and the Archons at the same time with the Warp Prism, but it's a little bit disjointed. And the Zealots are being cleaned up. Now we get the 2nd Robo. Now we get the Forge. So this was pretty committed out of Hearthstone, and was it worth it? We're still not done. It's still going. The Archons, they have arrived. Zealots as well, but yeah, we have plenty of reinforcements. This time, Cyril is in position. Hearthstone gets forced back. And as the dust does settle, we have to kind of take stock at where we are. So there's now +1 on the way. Again, delayed upgrades, delayed tech. this push needed to get some economic damage done, and we did kill 7 drones, which is nice. We were able to trade with the roaches, at least a little bit. But I'm pretty sure we were looking for more damage. Like, the deficit here is pretty huge for Hearthstone. So he's now working on his 4th base. Trying to build everything else up. Hearthstone was looking for more damage. He's going to be getting into the double disruptor production. I do like this. I do like the double disruptor because this is a good way to come back. As you should be aware, disruptors are very high risk, high reward, and if we can get a juicy connection, we can, even if we're down in supply, down 20, 30, 40 army supply, with good purification novas, we can make up for that. Of course, at the same time, if the novas miss, then we die. It's it's very much so on a knife's edge. As one of the Archons is going to be shut down. Meanwhile, Cell is joining up to 80. Spire was thrown down as well. We're getting into muta production. 12 mutas on the way. Uh-oh. I'm a little bit concerned. The Spire, has it been scouted here? It's here at the 3rd base. And Hearthstone has come... Okay, Revelation, of course. He has come across it. 2nd Stargate Phoenix production. Okay. He's getting ready. He's aware of the mutas. And Hearthstone is preparing for it. Shield batteries, cannons finishing up in the main, in the natural. Main army is here at the 3rd. So far, again, good reaction and good scout from Hearthstone. Now, Cyril, because of the revelation, he should be aware that he got scouted. As the mutas are making their way across the map, heading towards the 4th. Meanwhile, +1 air attack. Oh, 2nd Stargate just now finishing. We're still trying to get a read on how committed we are with these mutas, and we do dive into the mineral line. And probes are going down. Phoenixes, they have to react. It looks like they will, but that's going to be 9, 10 dead workers. Oh, and without Phoenix range, it's a very delicate dance that Hearthstone has to perform. Because we can close the distance, and yeah, we do get a couple of hits in on those Phoenixes. Meanwhile, as the mutas distract the Phoenixes, we do have a big Ling Roach counterattack here at the 4th base. We dive on the cannons. Well, Phoenix does go down. We have the overcharge, though, and there are those disruptors. Hearthstone, he is holding. He did lose 10 workers, though, and another Phoenix. Roach counterattack here towards the natural, but again, Hearthstone, he does have an army in position. Oh. Does fly too close to the mutas, though. He does lose another 2 Phoenixes. Expensive losses here for Hearthstone. Losing another Phoenix. 5 in total. He will clean up these mutas, but they did well trading with the Phoenixes. And Hearthstone not able to avoid them. Behind this, Greater Spire is on the way. Hearthstone, he's already maxed out. He's got an ideal economy. 84 workers. So far, he's still on Lingbane Roach Ravager, but he's working on that Sky Zerg transition. So is Hearthstone, as Hearthstone throws down a Fleet Beacon. Now, I do like this from Hearthstone. He has been able to, for the most part, fortify himself and max out as well. He is going to be pushing into mainly Lingbane Roach Ravager. This can work well for Hearthstone, depending on the angle of attack. He has to be very careful not to be surrounded. He has to be very wary here as he pushes onto creep. Gonna clean up some of this creep. Should be skirting around the edge here. Pushing up this ramp. I'm not too sure if we can do it. He's going for it, though. Oh, my God. Brave, Papi. Nova goes off. Does graze the army. Yeah, we're gonna back off from here. Wise choice. Wise choice. Trying to rotate around. Queens, though, waiting on the high ground. They do get caught out for a moment. We still have plenty of Novas. I say that. We have 2 Novas available. And Broodlords are on the way already. Nova goes up. Decent connection on Roaches, but the Banelings, they roll in. They crash into the Disruptors. Big connection on the Ravagers, but the Disruptors go down. We are going to be able to push on forward here. The Broodlords, they have it right. Where's the anti-air? We have the Queens. The Queens. They barely do keep the Broodlords alive as well. Clutch Transfuse. Not enough Phoenixes. And Hearthstone has to back off. That was a brutal trade. Harsum, he lost all his disruptors, he lost 2 immortals, he lost every single Archon as well. And now Serral has momentum with those Broodlords. Has to back off. The problem is that he can't move out without his queens because of the Phoenixes. Tempest production has commenced. At the same time, a lane counterattack here at the gold. Alright, gonna force Harsum back for a moment. Scout into the main base does confirm the Tempest. Very crucial scout here from Serral. When it comes to his upgrades, still only has +1 a flyer attack. Still only a handful of Broodlords. No Corruptors, which is concerning. Serral is maxed. He wants to trade. He wants to trade out at least the Roaches. Ideally some of the Lingbane as well. Clear up room for those Corruptors. He does come across these Zealots. At the same time going for a counterattack. Trying to break into the natural. Up. Barely doesn't. But again, as he bleeds out Lings, Corruptors are on the way. So he's just refining his army. Prism coming into play here. Coming in for these Zealot counterattacks. Not quite achieving much damage though. Serral has been, again, at that 85 worker count for quite some time. Double expanding. Taking a 6th and 7th base. Harsum getting ready to move out. Harsum's his army is less than ideal though. It's a little bit of a kitchen sink. He has to be very careful with how he trades. Like Harsum, he wants to make room for more Skytils, 100%. He does, but again, he can't lose too much too quickly. I feel like we need to get rid of these Phoenixes. I feel like their time has come and gone. Storm is on the way. Stalkers, yeah. Speaking of throwing away some units, yeah, so he wants to get rid of some of these Stalkers as well. Replaces them with High Templar. That was a brazen way to get rid of the Stalkers, but yeah, it works. It's fine. Behind this, we have everything on the way. We have the Ultra Cavern and the Lurker Den in production. So just all forms of tech here for Serral. We'll have everything available whenever he needs it. To get into Broods, Lurkers, or oh my god! or Lunkers, as we get a massive storm here on the Lings. Speaking of Lings, oh, that's a kill, not a cancel on the Nexus. Not a bad pickup. We spoke about it before, but again, it's very common to end up in a split map scenario here on Alcyone. Very commonplace. When it comes to the armies themselves, we are very heavily reliant on these Tempests. I'm concerned that... So my biggest concern when it comes to the army here of Harsum is we don't have enough to protect the Tempest. We have a handful of Archons, a handful of... a lot of Storms, to be fair. We're heavily reliant on Storms with this army composition. The Immortals are a little bit lackluster at the moment. Immortals are good against Lurkers and Ultras, but we don't have any Lurkers or Ultras. Yeah, so we're throwing away these Stalkers. Like Harsum, again, he knows he needs to get rid of some of this. It's always scary throwing away these Immortals because for all you know, there could be an Ultra switch. And so you kind of want to keep these these Immortals around just in case that were to happen. I'm loving the forward Nexus. Oh my god. Harsum embracing the late game here, throwing down a Nexus for some overcharge. Love to see it. And it's going to be a slow and methodical push here, a slow and methodical siege on this center base. Basically, it's going to be a game of Harsum chipping away at this kind of location, at this area. Serral, when it comes to spellcasters, he doesn't have any Vipers. I know I've been focusing a lot on the army composition of Harsum. When it comes to Serral's composition, he has a good amount of Corruptors, Infestors, Broodlords, but again, no Vipers. So because of that, he can't punish this as hard. He wants to get rid of the Roaches. Gets a High Templar. And there it is. As he's losing Roaches, he's replacing them with Lurkers, which I do appreciate. Lurkers are on the way. They're a really good way to zone away the ground army. So they kind of, in a way, complement those Broodlords. So Cyril just turtling up here. Lurker, Brood, Infestor, Corruptor. Again, without Vipers, we can't really be proactive when it comes to diving on this army. We basically have to wait for the army to overextend. We have to wait for Hearthstone to maybe push forward a little bit too much, and then we can punish it. And Hearthstone is looking to slowly gain ground. He hasn't expanded here towards the left-hand side, which is dangerous. Cyril is taking some of Hearthstone's bases, and Cyril could even try to take this base as well, which is scary. I'm loving the Microbial Shroud on these queens. This base taking a lot of damage. This base on the right-hand side, this should be Hearthstone's. Essentially, this should belong to Hearthstone. Hatchery does go down. Oh, Lurker's going for a counterattack, actually. Forcing the Tempest to turn around. Uh-oh. That means that there is an opportunity for the Broodlords. There we go. High Templar does fall. Lurkers, they back up for a moment. Tempest have been revealed. And that means, yeah, the Broodlords, they can push forward. As I say that, Tempest, they turn back around. Okay, we're in for a long one. We're in for a slow and methodical game from here on forward. I feel like these Phoenixes had to be thrown away a lot sooner. Finally, they get thrown away. Yeah, we gotta get out of here. Gotta get rid of them. Cyril taking it slow and steady. Sure, Cyril, he may have lost the base here, but he has top left. And again, still has plenty of efficient mining going on. Long distance mining as well. What's important is that he's still denying this Nexus here on the right-hand side, which is crazy. This Overlord, it needs to be dealt with. So we can finally expand, and there we go. Archons are on the way. And Hearthstone should take this base. There we go. We have a wall of cannons and shield batteries. Again, the overcharge in the center as well. I love that we're long distance mining, but we still haven't mined the minerals here, right next to the base. Saving them for later. Corruptors, they did dive on forward for a moment. Broodlord's going for a counterattack, actually. Bold move. I mean, Tempests are here on the right-hand side, and they take a long time to respond. Broodlords, they do come in. And they're going to be able to take down an Archon, maybe a High Templar. Tempest, they recall back home. Oh, and Cyril is going to be losing these Broodlords. At least one of them. Go 1, 2, go down. Here come the Corruptors. They catch these Tempests off guard. They're on their own. The bait. They recall back, and oh, we get 2. Big pickoffs. They recall to the mothership. So trading 2 Broodlords for 2 Tempests. Essentially what happened. And now that the Tempests got recalled twice, now the Broodlords, they can keep pushing. The Broodlords, they can go to town. Back at home, Lurkers are in position. Broodlords, they are coming back home. Nah, never mind. Looks like Cyril is taking this very seriously. He wants to try to even come in for a flank. As I spoke earlier, basically Cyril has been waiting for Hearthstone to overextend, and Hearthstone is pushing out. Tempests are drawn to the Broodlords. Lurkers, they do push forward. Corruptors looking for more of those Tempests. They get the Oracles. They do get 1 more. We're down to 4. Decent Storms. They do zone back those Corruptors. But the High Templar, they just got... They can't touch them. They can't push in. The Lunkers. After that fight, yeah, 2 High Templar went down. 3 Tempests. That was 2 Tempests over here and then 1 Tempest across the map. Wait, I love using the Broodlords to like force an overreaction with the Tempests, and despite there being 2 recalls available, it just is a good way to try to pull the Protoss apart. But another base has gotten up and running. We still have banks for days. Like, we still have a solid economy here for both players. Speaking of, as Hearthstone is revealed here on Creep, We do go for the right-hand side. We should be evacuating with these lurkers. We're going to get one. We should get one. Oh my god. Just barely we do. Center base is going to go down. That's a kill, not a cancel. Once again, Cyril, he's trying to force this army to expose itself. This is what I was worried about. Yeah, this base on left-hand side is going to be taken by Cyril. He will have more mining. So we have 7 bases from Hearthstone, 9 bases here for Cyril, which is brutal. With a long game Cyril, he will have more resources. Meanwhile, he catches an Archon, catches a carrier. Oh god, almost got a carrier. Almost did catch a carrier as well, as Hearthstone was just trying to rotate between the bases. Did get caught out. Tempest, they still here on the right-hand side, still not responding. Hearthstone is trying to get into carrier production. Attempting to. We do come across this base though. Drones are going to go down. Ultras have arrived. But the space is going to fall. Yeah, pretty important here that Hearthstone denies this hatchery. The probes. Yeah, at this point, we're kind of running out of bases to mine, so throwing away workers makes sense. Feels bad, man. Probes being sent to their death. Another kill, another cancel in the hatchery. Oh, but here come the Neurals. Looks like we are able to catch this army. Yeah, big Neurals here on the Archons. Ultras push forward. They do avoid some of the they do avoid some of those storms. Up. Yeah, the High Templar forced them off into Archons. Looks like we can keep pushing though. Cyril backing off to the safety of the Spine Crawlers. Yeah, we get the counter Neural as well. So really nice trades here from Cyril. Again, he forced all the High Templar to morph into Archons. And Hearthstone, he's where are we going? We're pushing deep on the creep here. Big overextension from Hearthstone. He's gonna lose a couple of extra units here in the retreat. Caught out on the map. Meanwhile, from this location, we can actually try to deny some more of these bases. Here, Mothership goes in. Storm zones Cyril away. Vipers, finally, let's go! Finally, we have some Vipers on the way, so we can actually try to, again, be a little bit more aggressive. Big Ultra counterattack forces a recall as well. We recall the Sky Toss, actually. Uh-oh. That means the Broodlords, yep, Broodlords, they can push in. Big reaction from Hearthstone. I think the big mistake here was recalling the Mothership. Because he recalled the Mothership, that means he can't recall back here to the front lines. So the Broodlords, yeah, they're gonna be able to go to town on this stack defense. Hearthstone out of position. Again, that's something really important that we have to keep track of here, is like the recalls and the positioning of the Mothership. Like, recalls are so important here in the late game for Protoss. As we're committing, we're pushing. Take down a base, activate the cloak. Cyril, he has to respect this, he has to respond. Yeah, another hatchery gonna be going down. Big move out from Hearthstone. Cyril taking it slow and steady, he's waiting for his Broodlords. It takes a long time for them to rotate over. Broodlords, they have arrived. Vipers as well, they're topped up on energy, which means we can abduct, we can parasitic bomb. Meanwhile, the Ultras, they rotate over towards the right. Again, Ultras are more mobile. So we're going to be trading a base for a base. Cyril did lose control here of the left-hand side, but Hearthstone's going to be losing control of the right. And again, he already recalled. If the Mothership was here, then we could recall back, but it isn't. The base is going to fall. 31 probes as well. And because Harsum gave up on this right-hand side, that means the gold. The gold is now back in control of Serral. Oof, yeah, and you can see like how things snowball out of control based off of one recall. Like one recall, and then again the Skytoss army is just so slow to maneuver around. We lose control of this entire location. We can even keep pushing. Oh my god. And now Harsum has to pull back to the right-hand side to save what? He already lost control of this area, which means he exposes the left-hand side instead. We'll see where the ultras go. Big Fuggle! Ay, forced a recall. Recall to the mothership. But because we know where the Skytoss is, that means, yep, the ultras, they can push to the left. Just constantly just pulling Harsum apart. It took a while, like Harsum was able to keep up for a very long time, but like recently he's been having a hard time just keeping up. So, 2 carriers go down, big abductions. Main army does dance here with the Broodlords and the Skytoss, or the Sky Zerg of Serral. And as the army's distracted, here come those ultras, just constantly going for run-bys. Here goes a recall. This is going to be the base recall, which means both recalls are now on cooldown, both the base and the mothership, which means this is vulnerable. Where does Serral go from here? Sharking around, looking for a dive. Now we do have 10 carriers. That's like this army is pretty terrifying. The mothership! No! Minus 300, minus 300. Ay. This army is pretty terrifying. Like, this is like the kind of late game army you want here. We've got 10 carriers, 6 Tempests. How many High Templar? 7 High Templar, each with multitude of storms. Like, this army can win a fight. But Serral hasn't been engaging head-on. He's just been going for constant ultra counterattacks. Always picking away like 1 or 2 Tempests, getting a fungal here and there. Speaking of, big fungal in the army. Ooh, nice feedbacks though. Good counter feedbacks and Harsum, he can keep pushing. Yeah, this base is going to go down. Serral has to give up in this position. At the same time though, here come those ultras at the base on the left-hand side. As they go in, they pick off another Tempest. 1 unit at a time. Looks like the ultras, they do not find a way in. Too many cannons. And here we go. This is it for Harsum. This is his chance. He's breaking through. Takes down the gold, takes down another base. And Serral, he cannot fight this head on. He's been trying to pick away at this army, but there's still too many carriers and too many storms. Can we do it? Oh, we go for the Parabomb. Big storms here on the Corruptors. Forcing Serral back. Forcing him all the way back to the main base. Harsum still with another storm. No! A full energy High Templar just went down. I was going to say still had plenty of storms left. I think he has 1. He has 1 storm remaining. These carriers are very low. How many Corruptors? We're on 29 Corruptors. Serral, he's out of a bank. Both players are. Serral, he has minerals, but no more gas. Oh my god. Good kiting here from Serral. Yeah, he's diving on forward. Oh, do we have a storm? We have 1 storm left. 2. The final storms, but it's not enough. We have a mass around here of Corruptors. We clean up the Skytoss. We clean up the ground toss. GG gets called, and Serral will take game number 1. Whew. But that was close. GG. Serral was just picking Harsum apart left and right economically, but Harsum, throughout all of that, was building up that death bull of an army. Just sent it across the map. It was all or nothing for Harsum. He didn't really have too much more longevity in that game. Almost pulled it off. Forced Serral all the way back into his main base. Alas, just barely didn't have enough to keep up with the Corruptor count, to keep up with the surround, the eventual surround. GG. But that was close. That was a close fight towards the end, not gonna lie. GG. Serral does take it, but that could have very easily gone in favor of Hearthstone. Like, again, if he had, there was that one moment where it was like these like little details, right? Where like one High Templar overextended. It was a full health, full head NG High Templar as well that went down towards the end. If that was kept alive, you know, would 2 more Storms have made the difference? Would 1 extra Archon have made the difference? 1 extra Tempest or anything like that? Like, GG. GG, well played. Serral takes it. And now we're getting into game number 2. Whew. Who won Hearthstone a laser? That was a laser. It went to the ace match. Went in favor of a laser. Oh, hi. Now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have the red Protoss player representing Shopify Rebellion. Oh, down in this series, but that game went the distance. It is Hearthstone. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Zerg player representing Team Basilisk, leading the series 1-0. It is Serral. Serral has a bigger bank. He did have a bigger bank, but he spent all of it. Like, that's how close it was. I don't know if you saw, at the end of that game, Serral had like 67 gas. Like, he had nothing left in the bank, at least when it comes to gas. He had minerals. He had like 4k minerals to like make lings and queens, but like, he had just expended everything on those corruptors. Goes to show that despite Serral having a better economy throughout that game and having a better bank, it still went down to it. GG. GG, well played. Now we're getting to that second game. Now, we have seen Hearthstone already on Hecate earlier against a laser, and he had a really peculiar build. If you remember, it was Blink Stalkers, then into Skytoss. It was a little bit disjointed and a little bit, it did have a hard time really at the gate. We'll see if Hearthstone has a different approach here against Serral. Again, it was a pretty brutal, like a long and intense and stamina draining game number 1. So I don't know if Hearthstone really wants to embrace the late game again against Serral. Here we go. So we are just getting into this. So far, Serral going for a Hatch Gas Full Force, like the unnatural natural. Behind this, Hearthstone going for a Gate Expand into the Cybercore as well. We are just going to be settling into this. Settling into game 2. Nothing out of the norm yet. This should still be a Stargate. If you recall, last game, Hearthstone did go Void Ray first. It was the first time he had done so tonight. Earlier against a laser, he was going Oracle first every game. So really curious to see what kind of direction Hearthstone takes us in. Whether he goes Void Ray again or the Oracle. There's value in both. Definitely. There's value in both, but the Void Ray would be a bit of a tell that he wants to hide his tech and hide his follow-up. See what direction we do go in. For now, Link Scout is going to be dipping in towards that natural. Getting a free scout of what comes next, and Serral will get eyes on the Stargate, and potentially even the first unit coming out as well. As the Adept is on the chase. There it is, Oracle production has commenced. So this time we are switching things up. Game 1 was Void Ray, Game 2 gonna be the Oracle. A lot more standard, a lot more by the book. Wasn't scattered by the Ling, so Serral not fully aware of what's gonna be coming his way, but can make an assumption that it is gonna be the Oracle. As he's gonna be getting ready back at home. Adepts are moving out, Queens are in position. We have 2 Queens here at the natural. We have soon to be 2 Queens in the main. No Spore Crawlers yet, so we have to rely on Lings and Queens to defend for the time being. Lings, they will get across the map. And they will delay the third. Ay. They get here just in time. The probe goes down. The third is delayed. Likewise, we have plenty of Lings back at home. We get a surround on the Adepts. Oracle's coming into support, but it looks like 1 Adept is going to go down. The Queens make it in. We go for the second Adept. We do commit to the Shade. Adept does escape. Oh my god, but we have dealt so much damage to that Oracle. Ay, ay, ay. And we have killed 0 drones. Not the best start here for Hearthstone. He's unable to kill any workers across the map, and his third base is still not thrown down. Again, these Lings being such a nuisance. Forcing another activation of the Pulsar Beam. Finally, the third base is thrown down here by Hearthstone. Behind this, we have a Twilight Council on the way. As we pick off another probe. Oh my, can we... Can we get the Adepts? The Pulsar Beam runs that we can. The Adept goes down as well. Cyril just getting so many little wins here in the early game. Picking off probes, Adepts left and right, denying any kind of damage done to his economy. Ay, ay, ay. Behind this, we are getting into +1 and getting into a Forge for +1 alongside, I imagine, Blink, but last game Hearthstone did go Charge, so we'll see which direction he goes in this time. There it is. Blink is on the way. So Hearthstone having a bit of a different approach, which I do appreciate. Everyone is going to be shut down. Adepts continue to threaten that shade across the map. Oh, and this time we do get in. Finally, drones are falling. We get 2 workers. We can maybe get a 3rd worker as well. Oh. The Adepts do fall. Oracles, they threaten that mineral line, but again, Queens are in position. We do zone them away. And Hearthstone is forced back. I did mention before, again, this is very unique to Hearthstone, but he often does delay his Forge. As opposed to most players that do invest and get both the Forge and Twilight Council at the same time. Just a little bit delayed here. Just very Hearthstone-esque. Stalkers are moving out. And how many gateways are we on here? We're still on 4, soon to be 6 gateways. Hearthstone applying some pressure. He's got Oracles to support him. He is pushing before Blink, but that's why the Oracles are here. So make sure he can clean up those Lings in case he does get surrounded. Throwing down a proxy pylon. He wants to keep the pressure up. Hearthstone's goal here is to break this 4th base. Can he pull it off? Stasis traps are on the way. Blink just now finishing. Cyril coming in from behind, trying to trigger some of those stasis traps. Does come across the pylon and the gateway as well. Cyril, he knows how committed Hearthstone is. That's going to be a 7th gateway here proxied. +1 still on the horizon. Nice snap on the Ravager. We do manage to blink away. Again, very limited creep spread here on the right-hand side. Cyril going for a counterattack. Going to try to hold on with his roaches. But the Stalkers are gaining ground. They're going to be able to pick off a Queen. They do get a Queen. They force back some of these roaches as well. At the same time, the Lings, they do hit the 3rd base. Overcharges pop, but we can get on top of it. No, we respect it. We respect the overcharge. We back off, and we can go for a surround. Yeah, the Lings coming in from behind. Hearthstone has to be very careful with how he maneuvers, forcing out a Blink as well. Throughout all of this, the economy has been untouched. Cyril is on 70 workers. He's injecting. Keeping up with his opponent, does lose another Queen. And Hearthstone expanding towards Cyril here. Bold move. Very bold, as he does get denied. It's going to be a cancel on the 4th. Ay, ay, ay. Just hyper aggression here out of Hearthstone. Very committed. It's all or nothing with this Gateway army. And again, he has to break this base. It's getting low. But the Stalkers, they're being forced back. The Roach Ravager getting on top of them. Bleeding out a little bit too much. It's going to be 12 dead Stalkers. Trading 1 for 1 with the Roaches. We want to trade a little bit more efficiently. Another Stalker goes down. Another massive wave of Stalkers fall. We gain control of this base, of this area. GG gets called. Hearthstone, he loses too much momentum. He was committed. He was pretty all in. And Cyril will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. If Hearthstone had taken the base, if he had actually gotten that 4th up and running, then maybe he could sustain himself. With that Nexus, he would have also had a shield battery and an overcharge on the front lines, which would have been huge. But with the denial of that Nexus, did lose a lot of momentum there. And once he lost control of that position, that was it. It was all over. GG. Cyril will take a 2-0, but a big shout out to Harsum. Again, game 1 was very close. Like, he was able to make a game out of it, make a series out of it. Did get 2-0'd, but I don't think that really tells like how Harsum was able to take it to Cyril in the late game of game 1. It was impressive. GG. GG, well played. It was impressive. And with that, we're now going to be delving into our next series here, into another best of 3, featuring some other players in this group. Up next is going to be Dolan versus DNS. Let's go. Let us go. Again, we were able to cover both DNS and Dolan last night, and now they're going to be featured here as well. DNS had, again, a really solid performance earlier. DNS taking down a laser. Even DNS doing something that Harsum struggled to do, or couldn't do either, where DNS was able to bring a laser down in a 2-0 fashion. But now this is a different matchup. A different series, a TVP. Here we go. Diving on in. And game 1 is going to be on hard lead. Again, Dolan, a hyper-aggressive player, coming out with his Dolan builds, and we saw a lot of that last night. We saw a lot of aggression and just nonsense in a way. It was beautiful. With mixed success, but here we go. We're getting into a fresh best of 3, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of hard lead, we have the American Terran player, the red Terran, representing the CranKy Ducklings. He's one of our own. It is Dolan. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is DNS. Let's go. And let's go. Dolan with a cheeky SCV looking to go for a proxy. And there it is. The proxy Rax is upon us. And I imagine there's going to be much more than just a proxy Rax here towards the bottom left. Probe Scout is coming in. Does confirm that the Rax is missing. Now, the Rax could be further back in the main, so we are going to be checking. Could be in the main, could be at the natural, could be at the third base location. It is not uncommon for Terran players to just hide their first Rax on their side of the map. But we can see that this is that much more committed. Go. So proxy Rax is on the way. Now I'm curious if it's just going to be a singular Rax. Like, this is pretty far out. This is here in the bottom left hand corner. Like, do we throw down a factory behind this for like a proxy 111 or just a singular Rax? I'm curious. Yeah, the SV is going to stick around. Reaper is on the way. The probe is on the hunt. We're looking. DNS, he's searching for that Rax. Back at home, looks like we're going to have a factory here at home. And do we have a proxy factory across the map? Do we go for the double factory? I'm ready for it. Gibch. Probe is still scouring the map here, looking for that Rax. Back at home, we're going for a Zealot first. DNS, he's respecting this. Yeah, only one Reaper. I'm feeling it. Yep, there we go. Let's go. This is what I've been waiting for. This is what we saw before. This is what we've seen against Trigger, what we've seen against Max Packs. Dolan going for the signature Dolan build. It's a two factory, one base all in. There we go. Second factory is on the way. First factory is here back at home. Now, there are 2 different variations. We saw this last night against Cyril. Dolan did this against Cyril where he went Mass Cyclone. There is also a Hellbat variation where you throw down an armory and you go Mass Hellion against Protoss. We've seen Dolan whip this out and succeed with this, and I want to believe that we're going to see that again, but we'll see. So far we have 1 Hellion on the way. Are we going Hellion or are we going Cyclone, as we should be seeing an add-on swap here. Let's go. And yeah, it's going to be Cyclones. Okay. We do have 3 Cyclones at a time. So we saw this last night, as we mentioned before. We saw this last night against Cyril, and it almost worked, but Cyril, he was so good at scouting and confirming what was coming. If you remember, Cyril was able to confirm that it was a 1 base all-in with his Overlord scouts, and recognize that it was, of course, a proxy of some kind. As Zealot is going to be cleaned up. Back at home, DNS is preparing. Again, going for a Stargate response. Oh, that's going to be a little bit brutal. Stargate not going to be ideal against this. And here we go. We are amassing Cyclones, amassing Marines. Again, this is something that Dolan did whip out for the first time in ESL Masters Americas. I think he did this first against Trigger, if not mistaken. Cyclones have arrived. Oh, they do catch an Oracle. Already the Oracle goes down for free. Not a good start for DNS. He has a shield battery, has an overcharge. Only one shield battery, by the way. And there are so many Cyclones. We even pull the boys to repair. Not like this. Not like this, Mappy. The Adepts doing what they can here, but the shield battery overcharge runs out. Another Oracle does arrive. We can maybe focus down one of those Cyclones. We do get one. Well, a trade 1-for-1 is not good here for DNS. Not good enough. We do lose another Adept. Back at home, we have 2 more gates on the way. Warp Gate isn't even done. It just now finishes. GG gets called, and Dolan snowballs out of control, taking game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Let's go. Yeah, as we assumed, it was going to be the double factory all-in here from Dolan. He has whipped it out very consistently here in a lot of these series, whether it's against Protoss or against Zerg. And it can snowball out of control, as we saw. Fun fact, if you're curious about how to hold against this, we saw Trigger. We saw Trigger versus Dolan in ESL Masters Americas. And Trigger was able to recognize what was happening very quickly, and he fully walled off. It was on Oceanborn. It was on Oceanborn. He was able to wall off. He went, instead of going for a Stargate, he went for a Robo into a fast Immortal. Because he went for a full wall off, he bought a lot of time with the gateways. Went up to 1, went up to 2 Immortals, had Stalkers, and he was able to shut down and defend it. But Trigger is also a lot more used to that build. He's a lot more accustomed to it. He's a lot more familiar with Dolan. And here, DNS was woefully underprepared. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. Oof. Again, the ideal, if you're the Terran player in that situation, is for the Protoss to go Stargate. If they go Stargate, like it's perfect. For a 1-base Cyclone all-in. But here we go, we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, leading the series 1-0. We have the American Terran player, the Red Terran representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Dolan. My brain went on autopilot. I don't know why I was going to say DragonKaiser Gaming. I don't... He's one of ours. Quack. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the French Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is DNS. There we go. Also, yes, I saw someone in the chat mention that today, oh, let's go! Another proxy. Another proxy is upon us. But yes, today is Mana's birthday. It's the birthday of a couple of different pro gamers. Probe was, I guess Probe was technically yesterday. Who else? Mystery Man. Pig Baby, yo, remember, shout out to anyone who remembers Pig Baby, as it is also his birthday today, alongside Mana. Pig Baby, the WCS Premier Champion from 2013, I think? 2013? Maybe 2014? I think it was 2014, actually, if I recall correctly. So long ago. But for now, we do have a Probe Scout coming from DNS. This time it's going to be a different kind of aggression here from Dolan. We have 1 Rax back at home. Everything is looking normal here for the time being. We have a 2nd Rax proxied across the map here towards the top left-hand corner. DNS is none the wiser. Everything is looking normal for the time being, and we are going Marine first. Interesting. Dolan, you have my attention. You do have my attention. Are we going for an add-on? Or are we just going Reaper? We're sticking around. There it is. We're going for the Tech Lab. So Proxy Marauder should be on the horizon. The fact that the SCV is sticking around, I mean, I imagine we're going to be coming in with the Marauder here to reinforce, to help tank some shots. Reactor on the way back at home. CC here, a little bit off center, but we can float it over. So Proxy Marauder should be here on the way for Dolan. There it is. Marauders are on the way. Behind this, another Stargate opener from DNS. Everything looking standard. We're investing into Concussive Shell. And we'll see if Dolan can get some damage done here. Now, when we move out with a handful of Marauders, we can, of course, threaten the low ground. We can shut down any kind of gateway unit defense. We won't have a lot at home to defend, though. We're going to be banking up Marines. Ideally, we have enough Marines to defend against the Oracle. Assuming it's an Oracle first. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I think what's also really concerning for me is how far away this is. Like, this is a very out-of-the-way proxy marauder, so it's going to take that much longer to actually execute. As the Stargate is done, and our first unit of choice is going to be a Phoenix. Okay. A Phoenix first here from DNS. Marauders are amassing. We're going to have 3 of them by the time we move out. Marines as well. And are we going to be sending everything across the map? I'm curious. Because Dolan, he is not making SCVs. He has a natural, yes, but he's hyperfixated here on Marine and Marauder production. And here we go. 3 Marauders are pushing in. The Marines, yeah, we're moving out. We're pulling the boys. Pulling a boy. Let's go. This move out is going to be spotted by the Adepts. Going to be keeping their attention here on the front lines. And we do dive on top of that pylon. Pylon is going to be going. The shield battery is going to be going down. The boys are being pulled. We do catch. Oh, 1 Adept. Just barely. We get 1 Adept. But the Oracle cleans up the Marines. Probes are pulled. We will kill some workers. We will kill some of these probes. But we have more shield batteries on the way. We have the Oracle recalled back home as well. Yeah, we can focus on the Marauders. Dolan already losing a lot of momentum here. He does get a couple of probes. But he's still so far behind in the worker count. Getting additional probes though. Getting 9, almost 10. Essentially 10 here. Oof. 11 probes going down, but this army will be cleaned up. And Dolan still struggling economically, still trying to recover. And we were hoping for more damage here. We were hoping that... I imagine Dolan was hoping that he wouldn't have to try to engage in the center of the map, and his Marines would meet up with his Marauders, and then we could snowball. Then we can push into the natural, but DNS was able to run into that army, shut it down. Oracles are moving out, and we have no anti-air. Nothing shoots up. Ay, ay, ay. Dolan, he is so exposed back at home. Okay, we have a couple of Marines coming out. Another Marine goes down. Natural base completely evacuated here. Again, we just don't have enough to contest against this. We are amassing more Marines. And eventually we'll regain control of the natural. Eventually. Maybe. Bunker's not done. Stalkers have arrived. We're trying to resaturate this natural base. We force a cancel on the bunker. More Stalkers are rocking up. And we have enough to break this. Again, no stim. These are vanilla units. Vanilla Marines, vanilla Marauders. With concussive shell, I guess. But yeah, not going to be enough. We have 1 Slackland here to defend. But this is just becoming far too much damage. More SCVs are going down. We do pick off 1 Oracle. We get 1. Ay, ay, ay. Behind the scene, this is taking a 3rd base, getting further ahead economically. He's up to 41 probes, working towards Blink, additional gateways. Additional gateways are on the way. And could we even get a kill in the CC? No shots. It's going to be a kill on the natural base. A massive blow there to Dolan. I mean, it was already looking rough. Yeah, GG gets called. There's no regaining control of the natural. And DNS fights back, tying up the series 1-1. GG. A bold execution of a proxy marauder there from Dolan, but alas, it just wasn't able to really come together. Again, I'm pretty sure he was hoping that he could kind of join up with his reinforcements and snowball out of control and try to break the natural, but his Marines got caught out on the way across the map, and yeah, we were just able to buy enough time, slow down the army, and Dolan just did not have enough firepower. GG, well played. And for the first time in HomeStory Cup, we have a new map. We have Radizet Station for Game 3. Oh no. What am I going to be expecting here? What? Are we going to see like the 2-base mech all in on Radizet? I'm not too sure. Where are you taking us, Dolan? Where are we going? Where are we dropping? Whatever it is, I'm not ready for it. I am not ready for it. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Radisson Station, we have the French Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes, tying up the series 1-1 that last game. It is DNS. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Terran player. He's one of our own, he's representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Dolan. Here we go. So Radisson Station is known for cutting corners, being hyper greedy, being very economic focused. We have seen a couple of players try to go all in on Radisson Station. The rationale behind that is because everyone is just cutting corners and being hyper greedy and going for like a third Nexus before tech or something crazy like that. You can try to punish that. You can try to gamble and maybe hope and assume that your opponent is cutting too many corners and then go for like a 2-base all in, and it can work. It can sometimes work. We've seen it work against players like Cyril. We've seen it work against we've seen like players punch up with it, I should say. That can sometimes get out of control, but we'll see if that's the approach that Dolan takes, because he's going for a double gas opener, which means faster factory. Very interesting here from Dolan. Not going for a Rax expand, trying to deal with this probe, and is gonna be a little bit more aggressive here. He's gonna be walling that probe in. He's gonna be stuck in the main base. Back at home, just a gate expand into a cyber core here from DNS. Just an economic opener. Nothing too out of the norm. There's that factory on the way. Of course, DNS, he already saw the double gas, so he's fully aware that we're going for a delayed expansion. This could lead into a 1-base all-in. That would be crazy. Not the first time we've seen 1-base all-ins in this matchup. We've seen it from Gumiho, we've seen it from Oliveira. On a map like Radisson Station, I don't see that working, so we'll see, as the probe is going to be shut down. Probe is going to fall. Dolan likewise is going to be pushing. Behind this should be a CC on the high ground, and yeah, it is going to be a CC. I'm not too sure if I'm fond of this. Again, it is quite difficult to get damage done early on this map. This can be leading into fast like Reaper Hellion, which again, there isn't a Reaper Cliff coming into the natural. This could lead into a faster starport, into Widowmine drops. There it is. It is going to be Reaper Hellion from Dolan. Oh boy. So, traditionally, if this goes unscattered, the way this works is that we're going to be looking to try to get economic damage done. We're going to try to rush into the natural. The counter to this is if we wall off. If DNS gets a full wall up and running here at the natural base, then there's nothing that Dolan can do. These units won't find a way in. There's no Reaper Cliff coming into the natural or into the third base. So this is very committed and very bold of Dolan. We'll see if he can pull it off. Now, to be fair, DNS doesn't have anything active on the map, so he doesn't see the Hellions and Reapers coming. So there's no tell to actually wall off. He has units in position, but Dolan can run past. He can dive past these two adepts and get into a mineral line. That's going to be the hope. As DNS is arriving with now 3 adepts. I mean, walking down to the low ground does come across the Hellions. Now we are aware of what's going on. Oof, does fall back. Behind this, getting into our 1-1-1. Cyclone production has commenced. Ooh, going for an add-on swap, actually. Going for a faster Raven. Okay. Now, Dolan, he does retreat with his units. And this does mean that this opener from Dolan wasn't really worth it yet. These Reapers and Hellions haven't gained any value. DNS was in position. He had plenty of units. And Dolan doesn't risk it. So he just has a delayed CC. Meanwhile, the Oracle does dive into the main. Cyclone's in position. Cyclone does force it back. Does, oh my god, get quite a bit of damage done here on the Oracle, actually. Nice damage behind this. DNS working towards his third. Working towards that pocket base. And interesting, it was a Stargate opener, but we're cutting Skytoss units at 2 Phoenixes. Only 2 Phoenixes here for DNS, then going straight into the Robo, Twilight Council, and Forge. Going into a ground-based composition. Only enough Phoenixes for map control, that is it. We're not overcommitting. Hard switching into ground toss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dolan building up his Raven count, getting into additional Cyclones. And that, let's go, is going to be additional factories. This is looking like the 2-base factory all-in that we saw yesterday from Dolan against Hearthstone. This is something that I mentioned leading into this game. I was like, are we going to see a 2-base mech all-in from Dolan on Rad's Station? I'm not in love with it, just because, if you remember, the power of this is that you can threaten the natural or the third, and you can force the Protoss player into a really awkward position. But here on Rad's Station, that is not the case. The third base is safe and sound behind in the pocket base, so DNS is going to be focusing his attention on in one location in one area. We have the scouts. Phoenixes go in, they see the additional factories. Let's go. DNS, he's aware of the mech. Getting right into tank production really early on, so this isn't your traditional form of mech. Just to reiterate, especially if you weren't here yesterday, this isn't like a very slow, methodical, you turtle up and take a third base and take a fourth base and wall off. This is a much more aggressive style. We're going straight into Liberators, tank production, Blue Flame, and Widow Mines. We already have our 2 Ravens. We are building up towards a 2-base push, a 2-base all-in. There is no third TC, no third base whatsoever on the horizon. We'll see if we see one thrown down momentarily, but if we don't, again, we're just committed, like hyper committed here. And we're Immortals are all the way charged as well. Everything anti-mech. Charge lots and Immortals, they have such a powerful, they're just so good. There's a reason why mech isn't really done too often against Protoss. This is just a really strong composition to shut down Cyclones and tanks. And here we go, we're pushing. We're pulling the boys. It is a straight up 2-base all-in, a 2-base mech all-in. This has worked before. This almost killed Hearthstone last night. It almost killed Hearthstone. Just Hearthstone barely was able to hold on. No shot. Okay, we do have Ravens. We should see this. We should... no! Okay, we see it. Stasis Trap is going to be shut down. We have another! And it is spotted. Ravens coming in clutch. We do not get caught by the Stasis. Moving out across the map. We already see DNS on the low ground is spotted by the scan. Dolan has to be very careful with how he engages. Liberators are going to be sieging. Again, boys are pulled to repair, ideally. So far, decent connections here, but we do dive on top of the Ravens. Both Ravens go down. Big pickups here by these Phoenixes, and we dive on top of the tanks. Both tanks go down, the Liberators as well. And you can see how this army of Terran melts. We do get on top of the Archons, though. The Immortals are exposed. Oh, we do have the lift, though. We break the lock-ons. We get on top of the Cyclones. Here come the reinforcements. And this all-in gets completely shut down. It was close. We almost got on top of the Immortals, but the Phoenixes, they came in clutch. GG gets called. And DNS takes the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was a very important moment when DNS scouted, when he was able to confirm those factories immediately. Charge, +1, Immortal production. Everything anti-mech from the Protoss. So very important that he was able to confirm that. Unfortunately, Dolan wasn't able to deny the scout. Otherwise, there would have been a higher chance there that it would have worked. Like against Hearthstone. Again, Hearthstone didn't see it in last night's series. Hearthstone did not see it coming, did not know what was coming across the map. He was caught with his pants down, somewhat down. Then he pulled them back up. It was just barely, just barely. GG, well played. DNS will take it, but a shout out to Dolan again, coming out with some more peculiar and aggressive all-ins here. Having some mixed success, did force the ace match, but unable to take it in the end. Again, this build here, I do think that it has its place. We've seen it work, but Resident Station, just, it feels like there's so much working against you with how greedy the Protoss can be and how defensive or how defendable these bases are as well for the Protoss. So that bold move again, bold move. I'm pretty sure Dolan was hoping that DNS was just being too greedy. I mentioned before that 2-base all-ins, we have seen them succeed on Resident Station, just if the opposing player is cutting too many corners and is being too greedy. But DNS was vigilant with his scouting. was able to get eyes on everything, and with that, he does take it. GG, well played. Whew. And with that, we are halfway through the broadcast. We are halfway through the night, and we can have a look at some of our matches. Here we go. Again, it's been a pretty intense first half here, covering Laser versus Hearthstone, Cell versus Hearthstone as well. Really good matches there. I know Cell versus Hearthstone is 2-0, but if you missed out, I recommend checking out Game 1. Game 1 between those two was beautiful. It was kind of what you want here when it comes to late game PvZ. Did go the distance. Meanwhile, Laser versus Hearthstone was also very entertaining, very back and forth. Then we had Dolan versus DNS, which was a lot more chaotic and a lot more early game oriented. So if you're one for that, then we got you covered there in that series. Meanwhile, we have our mirror matchups up next. We have Cyril versus Laser, Hearthstone versus DNS, and Fiant versus Dolan after the break. Again, with this, we are wrapping up with Group A. We're not going to be covering Group B tomorrow. Tomorrow we are casting DreamHack Atlanta. We're going to be covering the open brackets, the open stage. We're going to be back next week with Group B of HomeStory Cup. So going to be covering Group B next week, and then the week after will be Group C. Then the week after will be Group D. We might like accelerate the schedule if we have some free days, but for the most part, that's kind of the direction that we're taking, just because we are nearing the end of the year and we're nearing the off season where a lot of tournaments are wrapping up for 2023. A lot of tournaments are going on hiatus, especially around the holidays, so people can take breaks and spend time with their families and, just enjoy Christmas as well, or enjoy the holidays. We don't do that here. We cast every day. We casting every day, papi. So we're going to be catching up on HomeStory Cup. For now, though, we are going on a break. Going to be going on a short break here. When we return, we'll have Cyril versus a Laser coming at you. Take this moment to hydrate a Hydra, stretch your roaches, massage your marines, drain your disruptors, and we'll be back with that ZVZ. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that brutal OST as we have returned with the second half of the HomeStory Cup 24 Galactic Rumble Group A broadcast. We're back here with the second half, and we're back with some mirror matchups. If you did see earlier here, we have a Laser versus Cyril up next, followed by Harson versus DNS and Fiant versus Dolan to wrap up the night. So 3 best of 3s are going to be remaining here to determine who does make it out of the group. Again, I think it's top 2. Top 2 do make it out of Group A. Everyone else will have to bow out from the tournament. So it's brutal. It's a very brutal group here in HomeStory Cup to try to make it into the playoff bracket. But we are here for it with this mirror matchup. And I'm already surprised. Game 1 is going to be on Radisson Station. Crazy. Crazy, Poppy. Oh my god. We just had a game on Radisson, to be fair, but it made sense because you know what, Dolan was involved, and he's a wild player himself. We don't often get to see this map in general, but we're going to be seeing it here in this ZVZ. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Radisson Station, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Team Basilisk. It is Cyril. And spawning in the top right-hand corner. Oh, going for a 15-15. Let's go. In the top right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player representing Team Liquid from the land of Poland. It is a Laser. Here we go. Okay, so a 15-15 makes plenty of sense on Radisson Station. So Cyril essentially is going for a 15 hatch into a 15 spawning pool into delayed gases. The reason why we're going for delayed gases here is this, we should be canceling this, is because we will most likely be skipping link speed and going for 2 base play. Walling off here with a Roach Warren, and I say 2 base play because it's Radisson Station. 2 base play means 3 base play. It's I mean, you can be very greedy here on this map, and it looks like that is going to be the game plan here for Cyril. Meanwhile, a Laser across the map going for a hatch, what should be a hatch gas pool opener. No. Okay, different forms of greed. Are we going for the gold? What? Let's go. Are we going hatch before gas before pool? Double hatch? Let's go. Okay. So 2 different forms of greed essentially here from our players. 2 different directions that we're going to be going in here as we do rush into that goal base. You love to see it. I like this from a Laser because of Cyril's opener, because of the delayed gas. I don't think Cyril can punish this. Not easily anyway, so I do approve of this from a Laser going hatch before gas before pool. So this is as greedy as you can get. This is hyper greed here from a Laser. You cannot do this on any other map. This is very specific to Radisson Station. So if you're maybe a Zerg player, and maybe if you're watching and if you want to like learn some ZVZ, ignore this game because this is very unique to Radisson Station. The only reason why a Laser can be this greedy is because Cyril is also being greedy because of the map itself. Cyril is mining out and mining through these mineral patches. Aye. Okay. we're playing some StarCraft. We're trying to. As I'm mining through these middle patches, and there we go. So Cyril, he went for a 15-15 into a 3rd base. This is even a further delayed gas than I thought would happen. So very late gases here from Cyril, insanely late with the faster 3rd base. Of course, a Laser's 3rd is much faster than that of Cyril. Like, both greedy, but a Laser is kind of trumping Cyril with how greedy he's being. Link Scout is gonna confirm the gold. And where do we go from here? Because a Laser is going to be able to saturate this goal base without too much issue, and Cyril cannot punish him. We'll have a hard time punishing him. A Laser, he's got link speed on the way. Cyril still working on his first gas geyser. Still building himself up. Up! As we do pick off one of those drones. Let's go. Now you said Team Basilisk, so maybe remember, Rotterdam is very empathetic, clarifying that the name of this team is just Basilisk. Oh, okay. Wait, did I know that? I did. That's my bad. I just checked casting tool and I do have it as just Basilisk, so that's my mistake. Yeah, it's very similar to like Onside. Fun fact, it used to be Onside Gaming, but a couple of months ago they rebranded to just purely Onside. It's just Onside, just the word. Not Onside Gaming anymore. Yeah. I guess Basilisk is just Basilisk. It's just hard saying like without like not saying team at the start. Like I'll do my best, though. I'll do my best. As Baneless is throwing down. Bold move by Laser, by the way. He's going Ling Bane? Question mark? Not skipping Ling Speed, not going into Roaches. Meanwhile, Serral back at home, rushing into a fast lair, taking all of his, or just saturating all of his bases, taking double gases. This should be into a Roach Warren. Now, this could be mutas. This could still be fast muta play, or just a commitment into Roaches. Serral, he has options available here. A Laser, I'm not convinced. I'm not in love with him going into Ling Bane. Because he went into Ling Bane, I was going to say that this should be into mutas. He's taking all 4 gases, but no, he's throwing down a hidden Roach Warren behind this. Ling's going to be threading the front door here. It looks like they can get a Queen. Yeah, the Queen is going to go down, but we have a wall of Queens behind this. No way into the natural, and the Lings are deflected. At least we gain some value. At least we do gain some value here from a Laser, but it's doesn't get much more than that. And again, this was a big investment from a Laser. Behind this, Overlord Speed is on the wave. Interesting. So with Overlord Speed, we could go for some Ling Harass and some Drop Lords into the pocket base, or we could just go for an Overlord Scout to make sure we are aware whether or not there are mutas on the way. As we can see, it is a commitment to Roaches. We have 1-1 and Roach Speed in production for Serral. Likewise, we have something similar here from a Laser as well, going into +1 range, going to Roaches. Only a single Evo chamber though, so a Laser is going to be slightly behind in upgrades. The carapace upgrades aren't too important. They impact a little bit, but they're not as impactful as +1 and +2 range. So not the biggest of deals. The Laser is going to be lacking those upgrades. As he's taking all of his gases, there it is. We have some Drop Lords on the way. Okay, some Drop Lords here for a Laser to go for some Roach Harass. Overseer comes in for the Scout. Does confirm the entire base, the natural, the main, and the third as well, making sure that there is no hidden spire, no hidden tech, no fast infestation pit. So a Laser's fully aware of what's going on. Likewise, Serral also comes in for the Scout, also confirms the Roach production. So we're going to be getting into Roach v Roach. Now, as we settle into this, who's in a better position? I would say that even though a Laser has the better economy, he did spend a lot of resources on those Lings early on, which was less than ideal. I do think that Serral has been more efficient with his droning and more efficient with how he's been spending his larva overall, as now he's amassing Roaches. But here we go, the drop is coming in, and Serral, is he in position? Not quite. Queen is going to go down, and from here we can go for the drones. At the same time, he doesn't turn around. Serral, he's committed. Reinforcements, they are rallied back home, and we should deal with this. 2 drones go down, and meanwhile, Serral, he does push forward. Bit of an anti-timing. 1-1, still a couple of seconds away, just now finishing here for Serral. Meanwhile, Lings, they do threaten that 4th base. Drop Lord into the main. So far, Serral, he is keeping up, but his main army turns back around. And we will save this 4th, just barely. A Laser does survive. He survives low enough to get into his own +1 range, getting into his 2nd Evo chamber. We have Burrow and Tunneling Claws on the way. A Laser just doubling down here on Roach Ravager. Getting into a 4th, both players are. Again, Serral has the slight upgrade advantage, +2 commencing here for both players. We should be getting to +2 carapace soon once we have the gas for it. For Serral as well. And from here, yeah, we're just going to be backing up. Just going to be amassing Roaches. No one wants to pull the trigger yet. Things will be calming down. Now, once both players max out, we could try to tech up even further into a Hydra Den, into a Lurker Den. With these additional gases, we can afford that. We can afford Hive Tech. We could find ourselves in a proper late game ZVZ. We're not there yet, but we're getting there. There it is. Hydrogen and Infestation Pit. We are taking, or Serral is the first to tech here towards Lurkers. I'm surprised that a Laser hasn't started. There we go. Just 1 step behind. Only a small step though. As the Infestation Pit is now in production, we should be seeing the Hydrogen momentarily as well. As a Laser is pushing Drop Lord towards the natural. Serral has the better concave. He dives on the army. Big connections as well. Will take a couple of bars to the face, but really good trades here. Does shave off so many Roaches. And he does force a Laser back. At the same time, though, he comes in with a Drop Lord, so we have reinforcements in position. Serral, he does deflect it. Does lose 2 drones, but Serral, he already had the higher worker count. He can afford to lose some workers. Oh, not the Queen, though, as the Queen is going to fall. A Hive already on the way for Serral. Drop Lord does get out of the pocket base. And here we go, a Laser pushing towards that 4th. And this hatchery is very low from earlier. We could try to bile it down. There we go. Laser is going to be committing. Jump Lord back into the pocket. Is going to be cleaned up. Jump Lord does go down. We do dodge most of the piles. Yeah, and Cyril with the defender's advantage. He does have an overwhelming Roach army. He's forcing a Laser back. This was not the fight for a Laser to take. He's losing too much. He bleeds out every single Ravager. Good target firing out of Cyril. Shuts down the Ravagers, shuts down the Roaches, pushes this back. Again, he does have the upgrade advantage. And behind this, with the completion of this tide, we can go straight for the Lurkers. Now, Cyril has to be careful not to overextend because a Laser does have defender's advantage. He is remaxing. But a big portion of his army is across the map. A Laser, he's not ready for this. Queen is going down. We do barely force this back. We have the better concave. There it is. Hydrogen now on the way for a Laser. He's trying to come in for the surround, but here come the reinforcements of Cyril. Cyril with the better engage. Does force a Laser back. The upgrades have been evened up. Do love the burrow coming in clutch. I spoke too soon. We have detection. Oh, we get 4 more Roaches. 5 more Roaches here. 6 even. Oh my god. A Laser bleeding out a lot here in the retreat. We're working on upgrades. There's that Lurker Den on the way for Cyril, alongside Hydra upgrades as well. And Cyril, he has, because he's been trading better, he has the spare resources to invest into those upgrades. +2 Carabase about to kick in. The main armies, they do bounce off each other. Bearing in mind, a Laser has 0 Ravagers left, only Roaches. So he doesn't have as much kind of maneuverability or micro ability with his army. Doesn't have as much to threaten Cyril. Trying to knock down these rocks. Does force Cyril back, but again, Cyril is teching. Working on 3-3. Working on, eventually, Lurkers. We're still getting there. Still on the way. A Laser's also working and taking towards Lurkers, but he is 1 step behind. There's going to be a window where Cyril has Lurkers and a Laser doesn't. He's trying to go for a counterattack, but again, Cyril in position. Yeah, the 2-2 against the 2-1. Do force a Laser back. And as we bleed out Roaches, here come those Hydras. Now Cyril is transitioning. Lurker Den is done. We're still lacking Lurker upgrades. Cyril, he has the money for it, and he should be working on that soon. Ooh, Cyril is overextending. Oh, almost gets caught. Yeah, bleeds out a couple of Roaches. Big moment there for a Laser. Yeah, Hydras are coming out. Cyril in a pretty awkward position, but the miles! Oh my god. Not quite connecting. But again, he's able to take a better fight here. There it is, Lurker range now in production. These Roaches towards the bottom right, they should be cleaned up. Cyril, he knows that, so he splits up his Roaches. On the burrow! He tunnels away! Oh my god, barely escapes. Only going to be losing 3 Roaches. Very nice moves here from Cyril. Avoiding disaster. Lurkers are now in production. Cyril maxing out. Hydras have been revealed. Cyril, I like that he's keeping a couple of Hydras in his army just so he has some anti-air to do with these Overlords. Can be very annoying. Overlords are going down. Meanwhile, a Roach run by here, hitting the gold base. A Laser. Not quite in position. We have Roaches here at the gold. We have Roaches hitting the 5th base as well. A Laser is being pulled apart. That's going to be 10 dead workers. We shouldn't kill this hatchery. Yeah, we have reinforcements. We should be able to save this. But Laser, economically, he is hurting. He has a bank, don't get me wrong. But doesn't have as much sustain. Cyril even getting to Vipers. Hydra Lurker Viper are going to be the composition of choice for Cyril. Lurkers up. Oh my god, almost get caught out. Looks like some of them will. We get 1, we get 2, we get 3. Big pickups. 3 Lurkers go down. Cyril not quite in position to defend them. A Laser getting into his own Lurkers. But that's what the Vipers are for. 8 Vipers in production. So the way this works in ZVZ, it's Roach v Roach, then it becomes Lurker versus Lurker, then becomes Viper versus Viper. Vipers are king in the late game of ZVZ, and a Laser doesn't have any. This is worrisome. This is worrisome for a Laser. He may be building up a Lurker count, that's cool and all, but there's no answer to the Vipers. Usually the answer to Vipers is other Vipers. That's why it turns into Viper versus Viper, and here we go. We have a Laser going for a bit of a counterattack with his Lurkers. An expensive counterattack, might I add. His main army pushing through the center. Seroly's in position. He dives on these lurkers. 2, 3 of them go down. We're going to clean up most of them. Big loss there for a laser. Meanwhile, he's pushing through the center, but we're in position. We have detection. No! We have detection. A laser trying to slide his way into the pocket base or into the natural. He's gaining ground. Roaches, they do get into the main base at the same time. This 5th is looking exposed. Yeah, the laser, he's breaking through. But here come the reinforcements. This time with Vipers. You can see Seroly doesn't want to waste his energy. Lurkers, they get behind the mineral line, but we can abduct every single one of them. Yeah, every lurker's going to go down. At the same time, Roach counterattack may get a kill on this base. We still have Roaches harassing Seroly. He's losing a lot of drones. Ooh, and even a queen. We don't get the hatchery. The hatchery doesn't go down. As the dust does settle, Seroly, he's still up in economy. He's still up in army. He's still up in lurkers. Oh, this is looking dire for a laser. Seroly, he's got, yeah, just more workers, more lurkers, more Vipers. A laser just now rebuilding his lurkers here on the front lines. Risky move. Going for another counterattack. But he gets caught out once again. Just now, Vipers are on the way for a laser. But they're late, and it's going to take a while for them to gather up energy. We desperately need them. We need them. We need to gather energy. There we go. We'll be sucking on that natural. A rich counterattack, but again, we do have detection. I mean, we do have, yeah, detection and lurkers. They're within range. They will shut this down. 4 more Vipers on the way. I think we're building up to 8 Vipers, I want to say. Yeah, 8 versus 8. So far, pretty good Viper counts. We have seen in late game ZVZ, players go up to 12 Vipers. But for now, 8 is looking solid. So ideally, you want your Vipers in 2 groups. The reason why you want them in 2 groups is because of parasitic bombs. We're going to be seeing a lot of, again, Viper versus Viper. They're going to be abducting each other, parasitic bombing each other. And ideally, you want them split up. And a laser does have them for now in 2 groups. Seroly has them all bunched up, so he has to be careful. So far, going to be abducting some of those overseers. Seroly rotating around. Does catch a couple of roaches. The lurkers! Oh! 2 of them go down. Big pickups. At the same time, the main army is going to be clashing. Big blinding clouds covering everything. The laser has the high ground. He does hold on for now, but oh, it does push towards those lurkers, though. Overextending a little bit. We do get on top of this army, forcing back a laser on the right-hand side. And we do. Oh, we catch the lurkers. No! Big pickups here. Oh my god, the lurkers are denied. Again, just a little bit of an adventurous position to morph them in for a laser. Does abduct 2 of these lurkers, though. Does shut them down. Same time, lurker counters. Then we get the base, finally! Hatchery is going to go down to the 1 lunker. Seroly taking the gold. A laser already mined out of his. That gold-based advantage no longer a factor. Armies are rotating around. It looks like Seroly can catch these Vipers. The Vipers! No! We got 1! We get 2, we get 3! We get 4 Vipers here. Almost every Viper goes down. Massive abductions. A laser was not paying attention, was not looking. He's down to 1 Viper left. And Seroly, he has a lot of momentum. He can push. He can move out. For now, it's just going to be harassing here on the right-hand side. Catching some of these overlords. Seroly looks like he wants to try to collapse on this position. Only 1 lurker, bear that in mind. This is a very adventurous army, and we're getting caught out. Yeah, the full surround. We do abduct the final Viper. Big blinding cloud. There's still 1 lurker here in position. But the laser's being pulled apart. Where's that abduction? We do have it. The blinding cloud even. Yeah, we can take a better fight. Cyril, he has lurkers. A laser doesn't. His hydras are melting. GG gets called. And Cyril will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. A solid game there out of Cyril. Laser had his moments. I do love the opener. I love that Laser, he rushed into that goal base. I do think that he got into his roaches a little bit late, and as a result, his upgrades were a little bit later as well. Even though I did like the opener of a Laser, tech-wise, he was always one step behind. Remember, he was behind in upgrades, he was behind in hive timing, in lurkers as well. Yeah, he was just one step behind in that respect. And he was also being hyper aggressive, but having a hard time finding damage. Constantly, he was going for dropper lords or roach counterattacks, like roach tunneling claw counterattacks. The problem is that on Radis' station, because of the base layout, because of where the bases are located, you don't really have to cover too many areas to actually cover the entryways into your 4 bases. Like, your 4 base setup, there's one way in. By ground, there's one way into your 4 bases. So as long as you leave some units in position, Cyril, he was always able to be there to shut down any of those tunneling claw roaches. And yeah, for the most part, he was able to keep up with and deal with the harassment of a laser. And again, in the end, the stronger army, the better army even, was able to overcome his opponents. I would say that things were still pretty back and forth until we saw the moment when the laser lost all his Vipers and he was never able to recover. That was the moment when Cyril took full control of that game, when he caught every single Viper except for one. One Viper survived, and even then, it survived like a couple of seconds before eventually it was shut down. Like, that was a big moment for Cyril, and yeah, Laser just lost too much momentum there, too much ground. GG. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. Remember, this is a best of 3. We do have a chance here for a Laser to fight back. Not even onside. It's onside. Yeah, all caps, all caps. True. But now we don't know if the onside are gamers or not. Ah, smooch. We don't know, papi. We don't know. Maybe they're not. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Team Liquid. It is a Laser. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Basilisk. He's a Basilisk, I guess. It is Cyril. Here we go. I don't know why, but it sounds weird in my brain. Like, just calling it Basilisk instead of representing Team Basilisk. Okay, we'll try to do it. We'll force it, Buck. We'll force it. No. That's here we go. As for now, Laser's going for a hatch gas pool. Likewise, we have a hatch gas pool opener from Cyril. So remember, the previous game we had some very unorthodox and very greedy builds and openers from both Cyril and Laser. But to reiterate, that was only because of the map. That was only because of Radis' station. You know, what you saw there was only for that map. And here we have some standard openers instead. Just hatch gas pool from Cyril and Laser. Just to reiterate, you know, I don't want to give some people ideas like, oh, yo, can I go like 3 hatch before pool? Like in ZVZ, it's like, no. No. Don't try this at home, buddy. Don't try this at home. Aye. As we are going to be settling into this. And we should be joining up. Now, as we load into Golden Aura, this is another peculiar map. It has a lot of distinct features as well. One of the big ones is that the bases themselves are very close together, so it can be quite difficult to actually be too aggressive on a 3-base setup. Pushing up towards this linear 3rd base, this ramp is just so narrow. It's such a narrow choke point here. Likewise here as well, a narrow choke point is so difficult to be too assertive, at least when it comes to Roach versus Roach. Earlier Lingbane aggression, yeah, you can find some success here, but in general, like, this is typically considered to be a very defensive map, so you can set up on 3 bases without too much issue. The 4th, you become a little bit more exposed, but because these bases and even this triangular 4th is a little bit more defendable, that's why we have so many split map scenarios in Golden Aura or on Golden Aura in different matchups. I don't know if that's applicable to ZVZ. I know it is for Radisson Station. Like, we had a late game CVZ, we rarely get those. But on Golden Aura, I still feel like, you know, we thrive in the mid game. I want to believe that. For now, we do have our Bailey Nest on the way. I do think that it's possible to skip the Bailey Nest on Golden Aura, but for now, both players are going for it. They're making sure they don't cut any corners, and they're keeping up with each other. Getting to our third bases as well, and we should be seeing a little bit of Ling aggression. We have 12 Lings in production for Cyril. Should soon be moving out. GGG is the best name of all time. True, good game gaming. Like, that was GGG. That was the best part about introducing players like Patience and Nice back in the day. This was like, what, 2020 or 2019? That was beautiful. We need to bring that back. As Ling's going to be engaging so far. Bailings have arrived as well. How good are the connections going to be? So far, good target firing. Both Bailings go down. And a laser, he should be able to hold on. He still has 2 Bailings left. Just barely keeps them alive. But we don't do that anymore. Back in the day, there used to be a lot of like 3-letter teams, like Brave Star Gaming and Triumphant Song Gaming, and Good Game Gaming. Our thing is to be in the bottom right hand corner. We have Patience representing Good Game Gaming. TTT. It's beautiful. Loved that. A lot of those teams they've since disbanded, unfortunately. Feels bad, man. What do we have left? We still have DKZ, which used to be DPG back in the day. Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Kaizi Gaming, we used to call them KZG. What else was there? What else is there? The Starving Camels, it kind of works. 4 letters, not 3. But yeah, the heyday, mate. Pre-COVID, all the 3-letter teams. But now that we're going to be settling down. Obviously, Cyril, he was hyper-aggressive. Didn't really come to too much fruition here, but Cyril has joined up heavily. Elaser's all in. I should emphasize, Elaser is completely all in. He's cutting workers. He may not have from his natural base. No saturation whatsoever. We're cutting workers here at 40. It's Lings, Roaches, and Ravagers completely all in here from our Red Zerg player. Elaser, can he hold? Sorry, Cyril, can he hold? Can he defend? As he has drawn up to 55. Very greedy, very economic. Can he survive? Oh boy. One way or another, the game is about to end. Either a laser is able to break Cyril, or Cyril is able to hold on. Oh god! Decent Bailey connections from Cyril, actually. Okay, he pushes on forward. Runs out of Ling Bane, though. Just Roaches are remaining. But a laser, he's running out of steam. He's running out of Roaches. He needed better connections earlier with those Banelings. Spine Crawlers are coming in clutch. We do have a couple of Queens for Transfuse. Roaches, they are pushing forward. But again, with the defender's advantage, with the reinforcers, it looks like Cyril, he does hold. He's going to be holding. He does look like the first army. Again, he is far ahead in the economy here. We have +1 range on the way. Lair is done. Roach speed in production. We even have the room to invest into these upgrades. Spine Crawlers are pushing forward. And the laser is still all in. It's still all or nothing here for our Red Zerg. Cyril, can he hold on? We have a couple of defensive Banelings on the way. Again, the Banelings are so important. They need to connect here with the Lings. The Lings are designed to buffer for the army of a laser. A laser has less Roaches, that's true, but that's where the Lings come into play. He's pushing in. Just dive into this position. The Biles, they do connect. Take down some of these Roaches. The Lings, they do head straight for the natural base. Meanwhile, Cyril's main army should be able to clean up the Roaches here of a laser. The Lings, they do flood in, but they run into reinforcements. They do not get into the mineral line. Overlord is going to go down. Spinecrawler has fallen. But again, a laser, he's running out of units, running out of steam. We spoke about it, about how specifically on Golden Aura, like, it's so congested, it's so difficult to really all in and break a defending player. A couple of boys are pulled. 4 drones go down, but you can see that Cyril, he shuts this down and will soon have the upgrade advantage. Another Spinecrawler has finished. Again, Roach speed still a couple of seconds away, +1 range a couple of seconds away as well. The Biles take down another Overlord. Not a bad pickoff. Behind this, oh, we're droning. we are droning. The problem here is that now a laser, he's focusing on re-establishing his bases and re-droning, and Serral, he's already there, which means he's building up his Roach army, and soon he's going to counterattack with the upgrade advantage. And I don't know if a laser can survive this counterattack from Serral. Like, this is what you caused. This is what you've created. How many roaches? 28 roaches to 4 ravagers, 3 as Serral is going to chase this down, hunting down the final ravagers here. A laser is going to try to bypass the army and go for a big counterattack. Serral's in position. He recognizes that. He's racing back home. The wall is open, so we could just try to ignore the wall and go straight into the main. As Ling's coming, but we have reinforcements. Ling's whole position micro here in the mineral line. Not too bad. We get 3 workers. But Serral, again, he's still not slowing down, looking to hunt down these Lings. Good movement out of a laser, buying a lot of time, don't get me wrong, and back at home, he's rebuilding his roaches, building up his roach count. But he's still not quite there. And Serral is pushing. Laser once again going for a counterattack, but we have reinforcements back at home. Serral, yeah, he busts into the natural base, into the third even. While some of them will connect, not too bad, but it's a numbers game. It's just a numbers game. A laser was all in, and with a failed all in, it's so difficult to recover here as he loses control of his third. GG gets called, and Serral will take the series 2-0, taking down a laser. GG. GG, well played. Oh, I miss Patience. I miss Patience too. Patience, he was one of my favorite Protoss players. I loved him. Loved him. But GG, well played. Serral, he will take the series 2-0. A laser, again, was cutting it close there with the all-in, but so much was banking on him avoiding Baneling connections. He needed to preserve his Lings to help make up for the Roach difference, the Roach differential. Very important that Serral realized what was happening. He was able to throw down Spine Crawlers, bring his Queens forward, and able to just barely hold on. And after the hold, he was able to just breeze his way over across the map and end the game. GG. Serral will take the series. And with that, we are not done with our mirror matchups. We're not done, not yet, as we are getting into our next game. Up next, we have a PvP between Hearthstone and DNS. Let's go. Let us go. We do set up for it. The one and only PvP is here before us. Again, Serral still looking dominant here. Big shout out to a laser again. I still did like how he had started out on Radisson Station and what he brought to the table. Yeah, just was one step behind tech-wise. Did falter in the end, but here we go. We're in a different matchup entirely. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlead, we have the French Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is DNS. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Hearthstone. CranKy Ducklings Gaming. It's no gaming. We're Ducklings. We're not gaming. Hey. We're casting, Bobby. We're casting. CranKy Ducklings is outside of time. Oh, we're not inside Oliveira. Thank God. Let's see, here we go. We're settling into this PvP. Hearthstone going to be going for a 2-gate opener here on the high ground. Likewise, so is DNS. So everything's looking by the book so far. No proxies yet. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see some form of aggression here in this best of, in this PvP. These probes are moving out. DNS, interesting, going to be hiding his second pylon. So we have a fake proxy pylon being set up here by DNS. Meanwhile, Hearthstone, he is on the hunt. He is going to be scouring the right-hand side. Ooh, going for his own fake proxy pylon as well. Both minds think alike. So essentially, we're not going to be committing with any of these pylons. They're just designed to throw off your opponent. As both probes, oh, this is a little bit awkward. They do come across each other. And that's a bit of a tell, and they may both come across those fake pylons. As DNS barely does not get eyes on it. Meanwhile, Hearthstone does. He does spot the pylon, which means he knows that there is no cheese, there is no proxy, there is no all-in. And DNS can guess that, but doesn't have confirmation. So a slightly better position here for Hearthstone. As we are getting into our first units of choice, it's going to be double Stalker out of DNS. It's going to be Stalker Sentry out of Hearthstone. This is a safer opener, a more defensive opener out of our red Protoss. With a Stalker Sentry, we will have our Sentry available for a Hallucination. Hallucination Scout is going to confirm everything. We're going to be able to see the follow-up tech, the timing of the natural base, whether it's a Twilight Council, a Robo, or a Stargate. Yeah, Hallucinations, they see everything here in the early game. And yeah, we're even investing into a second Sentry as well. So yeah, Hearthstone taking a very defensive approach here to the start of this PvP. Meanwhile, DNS, he is going for one base all-in. We have a third Gateway and a Robo on the way. We're going to be committing here to a one base all-in. We're not expanding. We are hyper aggressive for DNS. Hearthstone doesn't know yet, but because of his Sentry opener, here comes a Hallucination. This is the power of the Sentry opener. We see everything, we will know everything, and Hearthstone will confirm the one base all-in. As he sees the Gateways as well as the Robo. Oh no! He got faked out! Recalls thinking that it was a real Oracle. Oh my god, that is unfortunate. As it was a fake Oracle, Papi. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, that was wild. Not like this. So this is going to be delaying the push even further. Prism is on the way. As I guess we weren't aware of the tech of choice. The tech is not a Stargate. As we can see, it's going to be a Robo opener out of Hearthstone. Robo for fast Immortals because Hearthstone knows he needs Immortals defensively to defend against the all-in. And here comes DNS. Is going to be pushing Prism behind this to reinforce. We already have 2 shield batteries on the low ground. We have an overcharge. We have force fields available. Remember, there's no blink. No blink. So force fields are actually going to be very important here in the defense. We can slice up the army. We can even trap some of these units and secure kills. Now, as I say that, there's no blink, but we have the Prism to juggle. So DNS can, even if some of his units get caught, he has the Prism to juggle and to micro them back. He can save them. But it's going to be a very intense moment here. Looking at the unit tab, we have 12 Stalkers at the 5 of Hearthstone. Double the Stalker count. Force fields are thrown down. We do focus on one of those Stalkers. The Prism takes a lot of hits. Shield batteries keeping everything alive so far. Another force field juggling so far, looking good. Good control from DNS, keeping those Stalkers alive, but he loses a second, a third Stalker. Almost a fourth. DNS, he bleeds out a lot of units, and Hearthstone, he survives long enough to get his first Immortal. The Immortal has arrived. And now Hearthstone has another power spike. We still have 12 Stalkers for DNS. But the army of Hearthstone is becoming more and more terrifying. Look at the units tab. Hearthstone didn't lose anything. He lost 1 Zealot, which is basically nothing. I apologize to the Zealots out there, but they're not they're not really important. They're just tanking shots. So far, a really strong defense from Hearthstone. DNS, he dives into the main base, but we are in position. No shield battery in the main, though. We do focus on 1 Stalker. Finally, DNS, he gets some damage done. Gonna be trading well. He gets a second Stalker. Good trades. Good trades from our blue Protoss. At the same time, Hearthstone gonna be forcing this back, and DNS, he's expanding. This is a late expansion. DNS, he's down 14 probes. He is heavily behind here in the economy. He's got so much catching up to do. This is a failed all-in. He's gonna try to recover. If he wants to recover, he needs to kill workers. He needs to somehow trade with these Stalkers. He needs to pick off Stalkers, pick off units, pick off probes, pick off economy. But he has to recall back home. And yeah, this is going to be a really rough position for DNS to come back from. Hearthstone, he's extending his lead, going for a third base, faster Twilight Council for Blink, getting into his own his own War Prism to reinforce. So soon, the turns are going to table, and Hearthstone is going to be the aggressor. DNS is going to be the defender. It's very similar to the game that we just casted between Cyril and a Laser, where a Laser failed the all-in, so a Laser tried to drone, and as he was droning, Cyril just counterattacked and killed him. It's a very similar position here, where DNS, he failed his own all-in, and now he's in a rough position. I appreciate that he's being active. He needs to be. He needs to be as active as possible. He needs to try to keep Hearthstone pinned back at home as long as he can. His observer does see the move out. We can see DNS trying to go in for a backstab, but Hearthstone, he comes back in time. deals with that observer. Finds the army as well. Blink is going to finish a little bit faster for Hearthstone. Bear that in mind. There's going to be a window where he has Blink and his opponent doesn't. Not the biggest window, but a window nonetheless. Behind this, DNS probing as hard as he can. And again, because DNS was posturing, it keeps Hearthstone back at home. Because Hearthstone doesn't want a base trade. Like, a base trade is best case scenario for DNS. So Hearthstone, he respects it. He backs off. He's chilling. He has to try to keep up with the movement here of his opponents. A couple of Adepts are going to be moving on out. And there's a lot of potential here. If these Adepts, if they get into a mineral line, they can kill like 10 or so probes. Like, they can go to town. This is the way for DNS to come back. The army's going to be clashing. He does focus down some of those Stalkers. Not a bad trade for DNS. As he will back off. At the same time, though, he has to respect the immortal count of Hearthstone. At the same time, here come those Adepts. But Hearthstone, he does see. He does take note. He's in position for the most part. A couple of workers are going to go down. Oh, they're not lined up. No. Okay, the Adepts, they fall. They don't get any damage done. Unfortunately, those Adepts, they didn't have their shots lined up. They could one-shot workers, but they were shooting one after the other, so the shield batteries, they were keeping them alive. Behind this, Hearthstone, fully saturated on 3 bases. Ahead in army supply, now with Blink, and now we can commit. Oh, even taking a 4th base behind this. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, we dive on the Prism. The Prism survives, but it's still very low. Good juggling here. Blinks from both players. We dive on top of the Prism. The Prism falls. Now we cannot reinforce. We can shut down this army. Good force fields here from Hearthstone. And he can just keep on pushing. He has his War Prism to reinforce. DNS has to pull back to his shield battery to the overcharge. He's going to try to hold on, but Hearthstone has the high ground. Overcharge is popped a little bit prematurely, actually. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, a bit of a premature overcharge. Adepts, they shade into the mineral line. They will pick off some probes. Workers that DNS can't afford to lose, but going for the Immortal. DNS going for the Immortal even. A bit of an awkward position for Hearthstone, but yeah, he dives on top of the Immortal of DNS. We'll shut it down. Trading 1 for 1. DNS, he will focus down every single Immortal, but it's just too much. GG gets called, and Hearthstone will take game number 1. GG. Solid game there out of Hearthstone. Able to identify the all-in and react well enough. Able to prepare back at home, get into his shield batteries, his sentries, his Immortal production. Again, a really good reaction out of Hearthstone. Really solid play from him. DNS unfortunately wasn't able to hide his all-in. Ideally, so in that scenario, if you're going for one base all-in like that, he did see the sentry opener. It is so imperative that we deny the hallucination scout. If we're able to catch the hallucination in the center of the map, that would be huge, and then we can pull it off. Then we can try to catch Hearthstone off guard. But once the scout occurred, again, really good reactions out of Hearthstone. Did shut it down. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. On Oceanborn. Let's go. We've all panicked like that before. True. We've all panicked. You know, when we see a hallucination come in, sometimes we think it's real. Yo, I've fallen for this. I know Asher has as well. I'm sure many who ladder have. The shadow of the whale. The amount of times that I'm playing on Oceanborn, and this shadow here, this shadow comes in, and I'm like, I think it's like a medevac coming in or something. Like, mate, that goddamn shadow, shaking my head. But here we go, getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the French Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes down in the series, looking to fight back. It is DNS. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. 1 game away from taking the series. It is Hearthstone. PTSD whale. True. Like this. Look at this. It's not whatever it is. It's like a giant like whale, jellyfish, octopus, squid. I don't. It took some time to get used to it. Like, at this point, I ignore it, but early on in the season, it would give me heart attacks. I think it's like a Warp Prism or like a BC rolling in or something. Ay, ay, ay. Este Squidware. As we're getting into our openers. Once again, 2-gate opener at a DNS, 2-gate opener at a Hearthstone. We do have our probes being sent out. It looks like once again we're going for some fake proxy pylons. One is thrown down from Hearthstone, the other thrown down for DNS. And once again, the probes are going to be coming across each other. And once again, Hearthstone will scout the pylon, and DNS should this time scout the pylon. Oh, they cancel! Let's go. Pylon finishes. Meanwhile, the pylon gets cancelled. The mind games. I'm all for it. I mean, I say the mind games. Like, this will make sure that this pylon is saved. Otherwise, it would have been killed. Just because these pylons are out in the open. Ooh, meanwhile, Hearthstone gonna be a little bit more aggressive this time. He is going for a Stargate before Nexus. Okay. Now, with this Stargate opener, we should be going for Oracles to harass across the map to deal some economic damage. We may have a delayed expansion, but we will be crippling the economy, or ideally hindering the economy of the opposing player. Meanwhile, DNS back at home, going for a double Adept opener instead. The Adepts will be chasing down these probes, and we are going for a Stargate as well. A delayed Stargate though, but a Stargate nonetheless. The Adepts are moving out. Their role here is to try to threaten the mineral line, threaten the bases, and try to get into some worker damage, some worker kills. We'll see if they can. As they're zooming across the map, Oracle's on the way. Stalkers are in position, and we also have Hearthstone patrolling with this probe. The role here of this probe is to throw down that shield battery just in time to block off any kind of Adepts. There we go. Shield battery has been thrown down. Adepts will not find a way into the main base, or we actually go to town on them. One Adept falls. Okay, we have a choice to make. We saw the Oracle. Do we go for a Phoenix? What do we go for? DNS is going to be expanding. No, he goes for the Oracle himself. Bold move. Okay. So going to try to get some economic damage of his own as Hearthstone is moving out. Both players are expanding. Pylon is under threat. And we can see Hearthstone's follow-up tech of choice. It is going to be a Twilight Council, I imagine, for Blink. Blink is going to be on the way. Oracle dives in. Shield battery is done. Stalker's in position. The Oracle doesn't find any damage, but we at least confirm we get eyes on the tech of choice and on the Oracle that's on the way for DNS. Hearthstone going to be chasing it. Going to be getting in position. There we go. We have 4 Stalkers in the main. Nothing here at the natural, but there's nothing to kill at the natural, so should be safe and sound. As this Oracle gets both Adept kills. Crazy. DNS going towards the main, but he should be aware that, again, he's been scouted, so Hearthstone's in position. Hearthstone is being greedy, by the way. He doesn't throw down a shield battery. Heavily reliant on positional play, and he gets so much damage done. Oh my god. DNS a little bit distracted back at home. Takes extra hits, and Hearthstone, he wants it. He wants that Oracle. Up. Oh, he's gonna get it. No, DNS. Loses the Oracle, and he has achieved nothing with it. This Stargate opener was not worth it for DNS. Not at all. And now Hearthstone has map control. He has Blink on the way. He is ahead in tech. He is even in workers, slightly behind. Okay, sorry, we did get a Phoenix. Did at least get a Phoenix with the Stargate, so we can at least force a recall. We at least have that. Stalkers of DNS are moving out. We do come across the Stalkers of Hearthstone, and we should shut them down. Did you get one? Very nicely done. Meanwhile, Hearthstone is getting a proxy pylon set up. Going to be reinforcing with the rest of his Stalkers. Up to 10. Up to 10 Stalkers already here. And we are going to be committing how many gateways? We have 3 gateways here for Hearthstone. We have still only 2 for DNS. He's going for a 3rd. Uh-oh. Hearthstone is getting ready for 2 base aggression. Meanwhile, DNS is thinking further ahead, and he has not seen the army. He's back at home. No shield battery. No shield battery at the natural. No shield battery here at the 3rd. He is not prepared at all. Now on the way. But Hearthstone, he has arrived. Getting a kill on that pylon, getting a cancel on the third base, getting his own third behind this. And again, Harstam, he has the Stalker lead. The Phoenix is going to help, don't get me wrong. Phoenix does help, but there's just too much firepower here. Too many Stalkers, the boys are being pulled, probes are going down. And Harstam, he's snowballing out of control. GG gets called. Harstam will take the 2-0. Will take down DNS. GG. GG, well played. Solid performance there out of Harstam in this PvP. Game 1, scouting the all-in and shutting it down. Here in Game 2, being a little bit cheeky with his opener, going for a faster Oracle, getting into a faster Blink as well, and shutting down, once again, the aggression of DNS. And DNS was in the dark. He didn't know what was coming his way. He didn't know that Harstam was committed on 2 bases, and DNS was blindly just going into a 3rd base and probing up, and was caught with his pants down. GG, well played. And with that, we are down to one final series. One final best of 3 here. It is going to be Fiant versus Dolan. Let's go. We have a TVZ ahead of us. I'm ready for it. I hope I'm ready for it. I don't. Here we go again. Dolan's our boy, but Fiant is as well. Fiant, he drops by the chat every now and then. Has played in some of our tournaments, and definitely big fans of Fiant. Definitely big fans. Always looking to support up and comers in the scene. Fiant, a very young player, still very inexperienced, and we'll see if he can bring it here to one of the more crazy unorthodox players in the group. Dolan has been going for like non-stop like cheese and all-ins and aggression throughout this entire group. And I'm sure that's not going to change here. I'm sure that's not going to change. So we'll see where this takes us as we load into Game 1 on Solaris. The H in HSC stands for Harstam. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, am I crazy? I think Harstam was there for every single HomeStory Cup, right? I think it's been there every single edition. I know Roddy missed a couple. If you remember, that was like the arrival or the meme of like the Roddy soundboard for like the couple of times he wasn't there. Like they had the soundboard to make up for it. But I think Harstam was there for every single one. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's been there every single edition. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Solaris, we have the red Zerg player, the Swedish Zerg representing Team Roddy. It is Fiant. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Terran player representing the CranKy Ducklings. He's one of our own. He is Dolan. Now, I may have to eat my words, but coming into this, Dolan is typically the most standard against Zerg. Like, he's hyper aggressive and very cheesy against Protoss, very Honmono-esque. Very aggressive against Protoss players. But against Zerg, we've seen more standard play. We've seen, you know, late game mech out of Dolan. We've seen some bio play as well, some 3-base, like 8 Raxes even. Dolan doesn't have to be wild and crazy, but he can be. We saw that yesterday against Cyril. We casted Dolan against Cyril, and Dolan, he went for a 1-base double factory mass cyclone all-in one game, and another game he went for a 1-base 4-Rax all-in against Cyril. Just non-stop 1-base all-ins, basically, from Dolan. But we'll see what he brings to the table here against Fiant. Again, I'm sure he only was hyper-aggressive because it was Cyril of all players. Because Cyril is like a heavy favorite for now. Rax, expand. Standard opener from Dolan. Let's go. You mean there is a player or just there? Just there, yeah. Maybe as a player as well, but yeah, I think Harstam is just there. Yeah, all the time, Bobby, all the time. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Now Dolan going to be SCV scouting across the map. Reaper is going to be moving out as well. Gonna be going for a bit of aggression here, dancing with the units of Fiant. We do pick off a couple of links so far. Fiant also going for a hatch gas. Full standard over from our Zerg player. His role here, his goal is to keep up with the Reaper. Oh, but does get one. One drone goes down. A bit of a misstep there by Fiant. Queen comes out 1 second too late. Not a bad start here by Dolan. It's one drone, one Ling. Doesn't delay the third base, but does trade well nonetheless. Oh god, calm down. As he wants another Ling. Behind this, Dolan is going to back up. Likewise, Fion's getting set up. Oh, hello, Simon. Simon Prince, cast by replay. If you do wish us to cast your replay, then join our Discord server, and you can post your replay there in the Discord, and we can cover it. We can do so. We can do so. At some point. At some point. As Overlord is going to be coming in for a scout, confirming the opener of choice here, and Dolan, he's going for a 1-1-1. Is going for a 1-1-1 opener. Very aggressive here, delaying his third base in favor of, it looks to be Banshees. Looks to be Banshee production, as we do have our add-on swap. Overlord is going to go down. And what do we go for? This is when he goes like Raven or something crazy. Lib. Oh, let's go. The fake out, Papi. The fake outs of the Banshee going to go for a Liberator instead. That is going to be an Armory on the way as well. Dolan going to be doubling down on a Hellbat push. Yeah. Very aggressive here. And from here, this doesn't have to be an all-in, but this has to trade well. Can, of course, transition into a third base. We'll see how committed Dolan can be. There are variations of Hellbat pushes where you pull the boys to repair. Ling Scout going to be denied. Back at home, Fianti's just droning, saturating his bases. Getting up to 3 base economy. Plenty of queens. How many queens do we have? We have 6, soon to be 7 queens. Not too bad. But Fianti's in the dark, and we need a safety Baneling nest. I mean, I say we need it. We can defend with pure Ling Queen. There we go. 12 Lings are on the way. It's going to be a tight defense here by Fiant. We'll see if he can pull it off. As the Hellions do rotate around, they head straight for that third. There we go. We do morph in those Hellbats. The Hellbats are upon us. They're going to be waddling on in towards that third base. The Queens are caught out. One of the Queens almost going down. And it will fall. No transfuses are available. Fiant's not ready for this. But Dolan's going to back off at the same time. Liberator does rock up in the main. We shoot down a Queen, get a drone. The Queens are busy. They're out of position. And Dolan is getting damage done. At the same time, Fiant's going for a big counterattack. But back at home, we have a full wall off. We have a Hellion as well. We will delay the third. That's all we can accomplish. As Dolan does come back home. That's a lot of damage on the CC. That's a lot of damage. Can we force a cancel? Up! It's close. We do force a cancel. Big pickup there. Fiant. Oh, I didn't believe. I did not believe in the Ling counterattack, but we cancel that third base. Very nicely done. That was an almost done third as well. Meanwhile, behind this, it's Mech. It's Blue Flame. 2 more factories. Ooh, we actually have Thors. We're going for a Thor drop. Medivacs. Medivacs are on the way. Quanta, is that you? Quanta, I missed you. Oh my god. The Thor drop is upon us. Hellions, they ignore the Queens. They go straight for the natural base. The Lings are out of position. And drones are going to get roasted. We ignore the natural, go straight for the main base instead. The Lings are trickling in, but they're being roasted as well. Going for another counter. Can we cancel the third base again? No shot. We can. We can cancel the third. Dolan, he evacuates. That's a kill, not a cancel. Thors are out, but against Lings? Oh my god. Dolan going to try to hold on. Across the map, the Hellions get cleaned up, but they killed 15 drones. They cripple the economy here of Fiant. And now we can counterattack, this time with some Thors. Here we go. The Thor drops are upon us. Dolan didn't lose any SCVs. He's still ahead in the worker count, ahead in the economy. He lost his third base for a second time, which is brutal. But these Thors, they have a lot of potential. They have a lot of potential here as Fiant is getting into Roach production. Fourth base on the way. He's droning as hard as he can to catch back up. But Dolan on 50 SCVs against the 39 drones of Fiant. Do we catch an Overlord? Fiant getting in position. Roaches are on the way. Thors, they have arrived. Oh, another cancel! No shot! Another kill? Oh my god. Fiant. Medevac goes down. Thor as well. Big pickups, and Dolan is falling apart. Losing a Thor. Losing his third base for a third time. But here comes a blue flame. Run by. Oh my god. The Hellbats. No. Get away. Hellbats are morphed in. We're going for the drones. Alas, Fiant is able to pull back in time. Yeah, we should be able to deal with this. We should shut this down. The Hellbats will be forced back. I quickly check. Hearthstone appeared in HomeStory Cup 6 for the first time. And then every single one, including the latest, 24. He won 13. Yeah, I remember the year of Hearthstone. That was such a big moment as well when Hearthstone won HomeStory Cup 13. Like, that was back when I actually used to go full degen and just stay up and watch all of HomeStory Cup. That was an amazing tournament. That was beautiful. That was the year of Hearthstone, unironically. Year of Hearthstone. Meanwhile, Dolan doing what they can to try and distract Fiant back at home. Do we have a... there we go. Third base in the main this time. We've learned our lesson. We're going to make it safely here behind the wall. Not a part of the wall. Meanwhile, Dolan getting into his tank production. Fiant, he's rocking up once again, hoping to deny that third base, I'm sure. Maybe for the fourth wall, he will change the position. Yeah, he does. You're not wrong. This time, he's learned his lesson that the CC is safe. Don't worry about it. But Fiant has arrived, looking to threaten that natural base. Behind this, he's droning, working towards a Spire. Fiant, he's still behind in SCVs, in workers, by the way. Dolan, heavily oversaturated. He's been making non-stop workers this entire time. He desperately wants a third. He's got 40 SCVs. Oh my god. Let him expand. Let him cook, Papi. Let him cook. Ay, ay, ay. He's trying. But still contained to 2 bases. He just wants to break free. Gonna be long distance mining. Fiant in position. He's gonna pick off some of these workers. SCVs are going down. Again, a big overextension from Dolan. Gonna be losing so many SCVs. At the same time, he's across the map with the Liberator killing drones as well. That's going to be 21 dead workers. The advantage that Dolan had, no longer there. He didn't see the army. He didn't know. Massive loss. 23 workers. At the same time, though, that's 20 drones. The libs. Oh, my God. We're getting down and dirty. We're just no... You don't want to be a worker for either Dolan or Fiant. He doesn't take care of them, Papi. They don't take care of their workers. 22 dead workers. Oh, my God. Not like this. Someone get the union involved. Someone. Oh my god. That's brutal. 40 dead drones here for Fiant. 25 in total for Dolan. Dolan still has the better economy. He has mules on top of a 3-base saturation. Fiant is going to be committed here. But he's pushing into a wall of tanks. We can't touch this. We could try to skirt the edge here of the base and try to go for the mineral line. That is true. Meanwhile, mutas, they have arrived. The muta switch. I see tanks. What shoots up? We have 1 Thor. Uh-oh. 1 Thor and a couple of Vikings. Liberator comes in as well. The splash damage is on oh my god. We shut down the mutas. We do shut down the mutas in the end. There was potential, but 1 Thor, a couple of Vikings, 1 Lib and a Dream. And that is enough for a Terran. Liberator production has commenced. Thors as well. Fiant getting ready to potentially push into the third base, but again, we have a line of tanks. We can maybe find a tank here, but not quite. Oh, we do get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. We do catch some of these workers. 7 SCVs. Fiant evening up the worker count. Now, Dolan is still ahead. Oh god! The mutas! There's no way out! No! Every single muta goes down. How many mutas? That was 900 gas down the drain. 9 mutas for 7 SCVs. Not a good trade. Not a good trade for Fiant. Not what he wanted. And again, Dolan, he still has the better economy. 4th base is on the way. He's looking to max out on mech. Meanwhile, Fiant reinvesting here into these mutas. +1 air attack is on the way. Mutas as well. Hellion Rumbai is coming in. Fiant not quite in position. No. The boys are being pulled to fight the SVs. Not like this. So many drones are going down. Ay, ay, ay. Has to do clean up those Hellions. Well, Fianti is committed. Very much so. The mutas are back. There's 4 of them. Not quite enough to one-shot a worker, but, you know, we're getting some SCVs. Eventually they will be shut down. Fiant's main army still not committing. Tech-wise, what are we working with? We don't have a hive. Without a hive, we don't have any Vipers, no blinding clouds, no abductions. This army from Dolan, we're reaching critical mass. Soon he's going to be able to push, and I don't think Fiant can stop him. He can maybe try to go for a counterattack and force Dolan to turn back around, but in a head-to-head fight, this is going to be brutal. And, oh boy, we'll see how Fiant does engage. Does catch a tank. Well, he can maybe catch the tanks here as well. There we go. 2 tanks going to be going down. 1 to the mutas, 1 to the army. At the same time, another Hellion run by here does catch some of these drones. A bit of a missed rally. Dolan bleeding out, what, 2, 3 tanks and a Thor. Very nicely done. Meanwhile, mutas still wreaking havoc. They get another 7 SCVs. Fianti's making some magic happen. Fianti's maxing out. Dolan has been struggling. Oh. Has been struggling here to maneuver his army. But finally, Fianti's getting up to a solid economy, up to 73 workers, soon to be almost 80 drones. Hive is now done. Infestation pit's done with that, of course, Neural. The problem is, because we went mutas, it's hard to get into Vipers because there are Vikings to zone the Vipers away. God, this is... And Dolan, he still has to max out. Still looking to rebuild. That's a lot of infestors. Neural is done. Are we crazy enough to go for like a mass Neural here? I mean, it could work. Meanwhile, no! The drones! Not again! Oh my god. 13 drones go down. The Hellion run by. Getting a bit out of hand. We were almost there. We almost showed up to 80. Almost. It's not happening. It's not gonna happen. We had almost recovered, almost gotten a solid economy here for the Zerg player, but alas, no, it's not gonna happen, at least not in game 1. So here we go. We are gonna be committing. 19 drones go down. Here come the infestors. This is it. This is the moment for Fiant. There's no turning back. Oh my god, but so many Ravagers go down. The tank shots were insane. At the same time, we get back in 30 drones. Ay, ay, ay. We morph into the Hellbats as well. Just to trade that much more efficiently. We're going for another drone. Only 1 survived. Now no survive. 32. 32 workers. Hellions are coming in once again. This time the Lings are in position. We should shut this down. I just realized that Fiant has 0 Lings. Oh god. His upgrades just now coming into play. So heavily delayed. And this is it. This is the push. This is the death march of Dolan. How many tanks? 27 tanks. More tanks than there are anything else here for Fiant, other than drones. We have 8 Roaches to defend, 7 Ravagers, 10 Infestors. Now, outside of like a mass fungal, sorry, a mass neural, we do have, okay, there we go, 9 Broodlords. Broodlords are on the way. Looks like we're going to try and force some friendly fire here as the Infestors, they wedge themselves in between all these tanks. Do have the on siege. Does Dolan notice? He doesn't notice the shadow. Here we go, pushing them forward. The Broodlords, no, they're going down. Did you get the Neural? Big scale, massive scan here, and every single Infestor goes down. They Neural 1 Thor, that's all they had. The infestors get caught out. Big scan, GG, and Dolan will take game number 1. GG, Poppy. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my god. The amount of drones that tied this game, I didn't check towards the end. I didn't want to check. I didn't. I'm feeling over 100. Over 100 workers died. Ay, ay, ay. Again, Dolan achieving so much with his Hellion run-bys. It was back and forth, though. There were moments for Fiant where he was able to, you know, peek off the third base time and time again, catch the transferring workers of Dolan as well. So Fiant, he had his moments, but alas, was not able to overcome Dolan in the end. Dolan was able to max out. The muta switch as well was lackluster. Remember, we lost 9 mutas for 7 SCVs. It was brutal, losing all those mutas. And yeah, Fiant just had a really hard time getting into the mid game, getting into the late game. Was wasn't really able to be in control, or didn't have map control either. Dolan just constantly abusing him with all those counterattacks, the run-bys. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. What was the plan with the infestors? I'm assuming we were going for a mass neural play. If there were more Thors, but like because there were so many tanks, like it was I don't know. It was a Hail Mary play. I don't know if there was a plan with them. Not too sure. But alas, with that, we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlead, we have the American Terran player representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Dolan. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Zerg player representing Team Roddy. Down to the series, looking to fight back. It is Fiant. Now, I'm assuming the play was, one, there was very little anti-air, and if you remember, Fiant was going to Broodlords. He had like 6 Broodlords. So maybe his plan there was to neural the Thors, focus down the Vikings, and then just eliminate the anti-air, because there was very little. There was like 4 Vikings, like 2 Liberators, and like 1, maybe 2 Thors. So maybe the plan was to deal with the anti-air, then win and deal with the army with his Broodlords, even though he didn't have many. Like, he would have had enough. But as we saw, he went for the neural, we saw the scan, and every infestor died. Because it was not pretty, man. It was not pretty. And with that, Dolan does take the first game. But now we're going to be settling into game number 2. Again, Dolan more than willing to play mech, but he doesn't have to. He can play bio, of course. Oh, there's the one. Oh, my apologies. There we go. Best of 3, Poppy. Best of 3. As we do see Fiant going for a hatch gas pool opener. Standard stuff here out of our Zerg player. Likewise, Dolan going for a Rax expand. From here, though, our attention is on Dolan. We saw last game Dolan went for a 1-1-1 into a Hellbat push. So we'll see if Dolan goes for a delayed third base again, or for something more economic. Sorry, just opening the door. It's very hot here. It's very hot in Australia. I'm sweating, Paddy. I'm sweating. It's that summer for you. But yeah, from here, just Rax to spin into the factory. Back at home, we do have our first Reaper. Does delay the third base. Very nicely done here by Dolan. Does confirm the third. Gonna rotate around towards the natural. Last game, he was able to get 1 drone kill, but that is really the most you can ever hope for here. As he does threaten that mineral line, Lings and Queens are in position, and we will force Dolan back. Dolan is about be forced to retreat. Almost gets the tumor. Not quite, though. Doesn't get it in the end. Dolan is going to be going for the add-on swap here. And once again, 1-1-1. We have a 1-1-1 opener, a delayed third base, very aggressive style here from Dolan. This led into a Hellbat push. Doesn't have to lead into it again. But once again, we do have Hellions on the way. A Tech Lab for an add-on swap here to get potentially Banshee production underway. Reaper does slip into the main. Does slip into the mineral line. but is not going to find too much more damage here. Just confirming no additional gases, confirming no roach rush or anything like that before being eventually shut down. Eventually shut. Up! There we go. As the Reaper will fall. Behind this, it's the same build so far. It's going to be Hellion Lib. A tech lab on that, and yeah, there's the armory. Same build. Exact same build. 2 games in a row here from Dolan, going for a Hellbat push alongside Liberator Harass. Overlord is coming for a scout, and the Overlord won't see much. We'll see the tech lab on the starport, where we can see that it's a fake out. We can see that it's not BCs or Banshees. So Fiant is going to be in the dark, but he goes further in, and he will get eyes on the armory. And now he knows. Now he's aware that it is the same build as game 1. He's aware he needs queens, and he's a little bit more at home to defend against those Hellbats. Queen production well underway. A couple of safety links as well to deny a dive. Now, Dolan, he knows he got scattered, so he can get a faster third. And there it is. Third CC's on the way. Hopefully this time we can hold on to it. Hopefully this time we can save it. Hopefully. Aye. And here we go. Liberator making its way towards the natural. We have Hellions towards the third. And where are the queens going to be as the Lings, they do rock up at the third base of Dolan? Oh my god, I'm getting some deja vu. Liberator does siege up. We do get a kill on a queen in the natural. The Hellions, they race back home. This time we will finish the third base. This time, this Liberator won't get out of control. So we're coming back in, we see the queens, and we will back off. Again, Dolan being very careful with how he does maneuver. Oh, the queen barely does hug the edge. Does get away. As the Liberator does reposition into the main base, Hellions are going straight for the natural. The Lings, can we keep up? Oh my god, we can. Can we though? The Jukes. There we go, the Hellbats are on the way. The Lings, they commit. They're going to be forced back. The Hellbats are going to waddle away at the same time. Liberator going ham, and the main base getting another couple of drones. And behind this, there's that Thor drop. Thor drop is on the way. Queen's getting in position, still zero mining in the main base. This Liberator has done so much. It may not have killed too many things. It killed one queen, like a handful of drones and some larvae. But it denied so much mining, both at the natural and the main base. It does actually impact the economy, especially early on like this. Meanwhile, Dolan getting to his blue flame. Mech once again. Thor drop is soon to be upon us. Last game, the Thor drop was a little bit lackluster. It killed one Overlord, and that's it. Like, one Overlord and, like, a Roach or two. Didn't achieve too much, but this time, Dolan, he can commit. He can actually push here. Doesn't just have to harass with the Thors. He can push out with all these Hellions, soon to be Hellbats. Uh-oh. Okay, so the Thors can focus down the Queens. The Hellions can deal with the Lings. This push is pretty terrifying. And here we go. The Hellbats are morphing in. We're waddling onto creep. Fiant in some trouble. Banelings are on the way, but they're not ready yet. We can push on forward. The blue flame Hellbats, the Liberator as well, leaping forward on top of the Queens. We're getting to the mineral line. Yeah, Queens are going down. The Banelings will finish. How good are the splits? How good are the splits here for Dolan so far? Up, decent connections. But there's still too much left over. Far too much. The Lings are being cleaned up. Big connections on those Hellbats, but the Thors, they stand strong. And we do take control of the third base. That's 11 drones going down. Dolan gonna pull back. Waiting for reinforcements. Tanks are on the way. Lings, they dive on top of the Thors. Big pickups. I'll pick up here from Dolan. Saves the tanks. And pulls back to the safety of his reinforcements. And this is snowballing out of control. This doesn't just kill 11 workers. We're killing the fourth base. And we can even end the game from here as well. Massive tank shots. Behind this Dolan, he's happily getting his third up and running. Throwing down more factories. He's not all in, by the way. But this has already achieved so much damage. The Vikings are here. I guess they can land. They can help support. Making whatever we can. Yeah, the tanks are within range of the third base. Already killed the fourth. Link's trying to go for a counterattack, but alas, there are SCVs to defend. And Dolan, he does retreat. Okay, thankfully he doesn't overextend. He respects the army of Fiant, sees all these Ravagers, he's going to back off, reinforce, repair everything, and come back with a stronger army. And again, that was a great trade here for Dolan. What did he lose? He lost Hellbats, that's it. He kept all of his medevacs alive, his Thors, his tanks, all of his high-tech units were preserved. Dolan barely losing any gas whatsoever. Here we go, Fiant going for a counterattack. Oof. Tanks though, they're in position. Mutas are on the way. Bold move to go for Mutas considering we already have 2 Thors on the field. Ay. Let's see if we can pull it off. Hellion Runby comes in. Nothing to roast up. We can go straight for the natural. Fiant out of position. He's racing back home. No, the drones. Not again. Drones are going to get roasted here. Once again in game 2. 13. 14. 14 workers go down, and we're not done. We have more Hellions here at the third base as well. Oh my god, 22 workers go down. Insane Hellion shots, 23 even. Behind this, here come the Mutas. They have a lot of work to do. They're getting some workers. We need more. We need to kill an entire mineral line essentially, but here come the Vikings, the Libs, the Thors as well. We get 5 SCV kills, and that's not good enough. Fiant trying to push forward here, hoping to pull apart his opponent. Oh, the Libs. As the Liberators do chase back those Mutas. Here we go. Fiant rotating around towards that third. A bunch of these tanks are on siege. Oh, yo, we're moving out. Uh-oh. Dolan moving out at the wrong time, exposing his third base. We can push in. We can push in. Fiant now knows that. Mutas, they dive into the natural. Dolan out of position. Send it, Papi, send it. And there we go. He does dive on that third. SCVs are going to be going down. The Biles, they connect 7, 8, 10. 11 workers. Nice move here. Nice attack from Fiant. Pushing on forward. Biling down the CC as well. Oh my god, can he get the base? No shot. Doesn't get the base, but does get 13 workers. Again, just a very unfortunate time for Dolan to reposition, but he's getting a 4th and a 5th base up. Still has a solid economy. Behind this, oh no. Not again. No, not again. 11 drones. There's nothing to kill. There's nothing left. Get out of here. Ah. 15 drones go down, and we still have another Hellion behind this mineral line as well. Can we get 16? Can we get 17? Oh, we can. Just over a mineral line worth of drones. Just no saturation whatsoever here at the third. The Mutas are doing what they can, but these Hellion Runbys have been insane. Yeah, they've been getting out of control, out of hand. Fiant's trying to do what he can here with these Mutas. Meanwhile, Dolan is going to be committing. And he's going to be pushing out. The Death March. Once again, it's here. The mass amount of tanks. How many tanks do we have? We have 16 tanks. 3 Thors. Vikings. Cyclones. A handful of Libs. Mainly tanks, though. As we do scan the army, Burrow has been revealed. Dolan going to be on top of that. Should be saving up some of those scans. Red Ravager pushes in. We do pick up some of these Thors, but God, the tank shots, the tank shelling here is just too much. Yeah, Dolan far too much ahead here. It's a numbers game. It's a supply game here. Fiant cannot keep up. Not anymore. Not after losing so many workers earlier. His economy has been crippled. Never was able to get up and running. The 4th base goes down. Yeah, now we're laying siege upon the 3rd. Fiant trying to come in from a different angle of attack, doing his best here. Another base falls. Fian still has another base up and running, going for a counterattack even, but he's running into a planetary. Not like this. Yeah, the Cyclones can chase this down. Picking up another 3 Ravagers. They do come across an orbital. A little bit greedy here of Dolan to get an orbital, not a planetary. But as Dolan chases this down, his main army is still pushing forward, and there is no answer. We have a handful of Roach Ravager. This time, no Broodlords. No Greater Spire, no Hive Tech. Decent files. But the tanks, they are sieging. Oh, they're getting on top of the Ravagers. And it's going to be a slow death for Fiant. Down less than half the army supply of Dolan. The Ravagers across the map were cleaned up. Now Dolan, he can focus on this push, pushing into the natural, just zoning the rest of Fiant's army away. And there's just no pushing in. Oh no! That's Fiant, he's going to try to... His final efforts here. GG gets called, there's nothing left for the Zerg, and Dolan will take the series 2-0. Flexing his mech. GG. GG, well played. Dolan will take it, and yeah, the same build 2 games in a row. Remember, it was a Hellbat push into a Thor drop. Game 1, he committed with his Hellbats. Game 2, he saw how many queens there were, so he actually held back with his Hellbats, and he went for a later push, a later timing with alongside the Thors instead. So yeah, nice adaptation out of Dolan, respecting the fact that Fiant had scattered the Hellbats or scattered the armory ahead of time, so Dolan did adjust. And that push was terrifying. The Thor Hellbat push did so much, killed 11 drones, killed a base, and was reinforced by tanks. And yeah, once Dolan got the ball rolling, never let it go. Also, a big shout out to the Hellion Run-Bys. The Hellion Run-Bys were crazy throughout the entire series. So many drones went down. Unfortunately, Fiant was just not able to keep up with the Hellion movements, with the map control, with the map vision, with the harassment of Dolan. Was pulled apart. GG, well played. And with that, Dolan will take it. Dolan will take the 2-0 here. We'll take it in the end. And that is going to be wrapping up our broadcast for today. That is going to be wrapping up all of our HomeStory Cup matches here. As we do have a look at what we have just gone over. As we do switch our scenes over towards our lovely spreadsheet. As from the top, we had a Laser taking down Harsum 2-1 in a close best of 3 series. We also had a Serral versus Harsum as well in another best of 3. Again, Harsum having a bit of a harder time against the Zerg players there, but did have a really good showing. Even though there were 2 zeros, or even though Serral versus Harsum was 2-0, I recommend checking out Game 1. Game 1 on Alkyone, late game, Skytoss versus Serral. Harsum, he had his moments, he had his opportunities, and wasn't too bad. It was a pretty solid game there. So definitely a good effort by Harsum. Likewise, the same against the Laser. Meanwhile, we had Dolan versus DNS. As you can imagine, that was crazy. That was wild. That was a very aggressive style out of Dolan. DNS was able to scout more often than not, was able to react, respond, and survive the all-ins of Dolan, just barely, in that 2-1 score. We had Serral versus Laser. That was also like almost a masterclass of late game ZVZ from Serral. Game 1 was the highlight. Game 1 was on Radisson Station. It went all the way to like 6 base versus 6 base, a split map, Hydrolurker Viper versus Hydrolurker Viper. Good stuff. If you're a fan of late game ZVZ, or maybe if you don't manage to watch much of it, because honestly ZVZ is so dominated by Roach v Roach, that was a really good game. Really solid game 1 there between the two of them. Game 2 was a little bit more straightforward. Then we had Harsum versus DNS. Harsum also taking a more defensive role, scouting, reacting to what DNS is doing. Really solid performance there. Really good showing from Harsum in that PvP. I think that was a really good showcase of what Harsum can do when he's in control. And then likewise towards the end here, Dolan versus Fiant. My condolences to Fiant, as he did end up taking a loss there against Dolan, but again, he's still a young up-and-coming player. I want to believe that, again, he still has a lot of room to grow and a lot of room to improve, and going to all these offline events, it only benefits him. Benefits him. So GG, well played. Much love to Fiant. Much love. And with that, that wraps up all 6 of our best of 3s tonight. Again, it was was quite an intense, quite an intense day of StarCraft here, and that wraps up our coverage of Group A. Does wrap up our coverage. Next week, I don't think we're doing HomeStory Cup next week. Just checking. Next week we're going to be busy. Maybe we can squeeze in like one broadcast of HomeStory Cup on Tuesday, but all the tournaments are coming back next week. So Kung Fu Cup, World Team League, House Open Cup as well, KSL, everything is coming back next week. So we have a full week of StarCraft set up for us. We've just been supplementing some of these days with replay casts just because there's nothing live going on. But next week, everything is coming back after DreamHack, So GG, well played. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Houdini. Houdini, right, of course. Houdini, is that you? Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Hope you had a great time. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Hope you enjoyed the games. If you're interested, we're going to be live here on this channel in 26 hours. In 26 hours time, we're going to be live here on the CranKy Ducklings. It's going to be a bit of a different broadcast. We're going to be covering DreamHack Atlanta. Day number one of DreamHack Atlanta is going to be here on this channel. We brought this up last time. Let's have a look here. Oh god, I don't have the link. Hold on. DreamHack Atlanta StarCraft 2023. Is this what I'm looking at? Okay. Here we go. We went over this yesterday, so we'll just briefly go over this here today. How can I find us? Bam, beautiful. As we scroll down, so tomorrow we're going to be covering DreamHack Atlanta, day number one, the open stage of DreamHack Atlanta. I'm still not certain the schedule. I still need to confirm that, but this is going to be day number one tomorrow. We have four brackets, four groups, or four brackets, if you will. Double elimination. It looks like top two make it out. Brutal. So 8 players go in, top 2 make it out. We have a Hero versus Riser, DNS versus Mana, Nightmare versus Uko, Mixu versus Creator. A lot of Protoss, a couple of Zerg mixed in as well. I appreciate that there's some NA representation with Uko and Riser. Wish them the best of luck. Hero is going to be a big heavy hitter there in that group alongside Creator and the Korean Protosses. The trifecta of Korean Protoss are in that group. Best of luck for everyone trying to knock them down. That's it, best luck. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have the Zerg group. We have Lambo, Reaper, Geralt, Shin, DRG, Dolan, Foxer, and Skillis. I mentioned this before. Let's have a look at the start time, actually. 1 day, 2 hours, 1 day, 2 hours. This is... yeah, 1 day, 7 hours. Okay, so it looks like Group A and Group B will start first, and then Group C and Group D will start afterwards. So if these two groups are starting at the same time, we will most likely jump on DRG Dolan. DRG Dolan into either a Foxer or Skillets in the next round. We're most likely going to be focusing here on this portion of the bracket. I mean, we're a little bit biased. You know, Dolan, he's our boy. He's one of the Ducklings, so this is most likely what we're going to be casting. But all of these games are going to be happening at the same time. And it's a shame. I would love to cast everything. Like, Geralt versus Shin, that's a really good series. That's another really good ZVP leading into Lambo or Reaper. Reaper can cause upsets. Reaper, he's the cheesiest Zerg player in America. We could see him pull off something crazy as well. So a lot of really good games going on. Creator versus Mixu is going to be fun. Ugo versus Nightmare. DNS versus Mana could go either way. Hero versus Riser. It's a PvP. Anything could happen. So a lot of really good matches, but we can only cast one thing at a time. So we're most likely going to be focusing here on following DRG and Dolan into their winners match. And as a reminder, it's double elimination. So all these players here, if they get knocked down, they get knocked down here to the lower bracket. So a lot of games to be had. So after Group A and Group B, then it's going to be C and D. What are we going to be casting? Most likely Miguelito. It's so difficult. We have a lot of Ducklings here. Patty Mac and Vindicta, they're both ex-CranKy Ducklings, and I got a soft place in my heart for them. Soft place. Ryung is here. Bunny as well. Silky is back from retirement. I'm a big fan of Silky, but Silky did retire for quite some time, so I wish him the best of luck. It's going to be a rough series against Bunny, not going to lie. Ryung versus Showdown, it could be a little bit closer. This PvP could go either way. I favor Trigger. Patty Mac has been focusing on his studies for a long time here. He's out of practice, so best of luck to Patty Mac. Vindita versus Laser. We'll dive on this. We'll dive on Vindita versus Laser. A Laser into the winner of Trigger versus Patty Mac is most likely the direction of our channel, of our stream. There's also Group D, don't get me wrong. And there's a lot of really good games here as well. Zane versus Scarlet. A house match. Like, they're both housemates. They used to be housemates, so they're going to be facing off. Harson versus Eggs. I love that Eggs is traveling, by the way, to the Americas for this. Future versus Cham. That's a good series. If I had to pick a series here in Group D, that's my pick. Future versus Cham could go either way. Really good TVZ. We casted them in a show match a week ago. We casted them in a show match, and Cham beat Future. Cham beat Future in a best of 5, 3-1 last week. So that could go either way. Then we have Hero Marine versus Maples. Best of luck to Maples. Hero Marine is going to be looking to go through a tear here. So yeah, going to be a lot of fun. A lot of good fun. It won't just be us. I believe there are going to be some other community casters as well. We'll do our best to bring you as much coverage as we can, covering both of these groups. Again, it's going to be in 26 hours. 26 hours from now. 2 a.m. for me. You can see here. 2 a.m. start time. Lovely. The degen hours of casting. These EU and NA events, they're brutal, Bobby. They're brutal. As of course we're casting from Australia. I'm local here to Australia. Local. So yeah, that's the plan tomorrow. Plan for tomorrow's broadcast. So make sure you're a part of it. Make sure you tune in either to our stream or to some of the other streams. I don't think the main stream is going to be covering the open bracket, or I think they go live later. I think the open bracket is just for like community casters, and then the main stream goes live like maybe halfway through or something. They do leave this to the community casters. I think it's going to be us, maybe Renegade, maybe some other casters as well. 100% some other language casters will be there. So they got you covered. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for supporting. We do appreciate it. Gracias, papi, gracias. Are you familiar with the Dolan Duck? Of course, of course. Aussie. Aye. All right, from here we're gonna be heading off. So thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. Tier. We did get a replay cast redeemed earlier, and I did see you join the Discord. If you're there, I messaged you, Papi. I messaged you. Give replay. If we can't cover it today, then we'll cover it another day. But we will have your replay queued up whenever we do have a replay cast. So we'll cover it, and it'll be on YouTube as well. It'll be on YouTube. Otherwise, thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for supporting. We're going to be heading off for the night. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Don't know who. Forjumi is streaming, so maybe we'll raid Forjumi. Maybe we'll find someone else. Otherwise, I'm starving. It's midnight. Haven't eaten today. I'm going to go get some food. I'm going to go get some rest. Going to go get ready for Atlanta tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of good fun. So thank you so much, everyone. We appreciate it. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Until then, hasta luego. Bye. Bye. Hasta luego. Hasta luego.